issues. Maya paabak po kay kayungan at karing kayabe tamong manalbeking Facebook and king kaya tamong Zoom video conference.
Malawos ko po king 15th Philippine National Health Research System Week keti king Clark, probinsya ning Pampanga. I am Precious Jean Marquez from Holy Angel University, and together with me is Randy Valencia of DOST 3, your Masters of Ceremonies. Some gentle reminders before we start our program. Please turn off your cellular phones or keep them on silent mode. Always wear your face masks. Please refrain from roaming around, especially when the president has arrived. Please refrain from taking selfies or groupies with the president so as not to impede the program flow. Only official photographers and accredited media personnel are allowed to take pictures and videos in designated areas. No posting of photos or videos of the event on social media while the event is ongoing, and all participants are enjoined to stay in their respective seats when the president arrives or when or until he has left the venue. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. We may now be seated. We may now be seated.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 15th Philippine National Health Research System, or PNHRS Week celebration.
To begin our program, may we request everyone to please rise for the Philippine National Anthem, followed by invocation to be led by the Holy Angel University Chorale.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang magiliw, penas na silanganan, ayaw ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisihin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit na maghaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang islap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nag-iibig, ang bituin na taraw niya kailan pamay di mag-idinig. Lupa ng araw ng buwan ating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang liligaya ng pagmay mag-api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, the glory, forever.
You may now take your seats.
To formally welcome us this morning, let me call on the Mayor of the City of Mabalacat, the Honorable Crisostomo C. Garbo.
Participants of today's event, distinguished guests, and most especially to the man leading our country, President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., sir. Good morning to all. I am more than grateful to stand here and welcome you all to the city of Mabalacat. To the event host, the Philippine National Health Research System, I would like to thank you for your tireless effort and continued service to uplift the healthcare system of the country. This is another opportunity you've created to harmonize the health research communities in our country. Your role, especially in the present global condition, is vital to our recovery and development as a nation. I am happy that you chose Mabalacat City as one of your venues to celebrate the Philippine National Health Research System Week, and it honored and pleased me that the President himself is here with us. His presence is more than a statement of support in the endeavors of the organization. Being the focal person for health of the League of Cities of the Philippines, I appreciate your commitment and I am one with you in all of your health research agenda. I hope that we can explore on how both our organizations can address the city's health needs. I don't want to take so much of your time, but on behalf of the people of Mabalacat City, I welcome each and everyone. God bless us all. Mabuhay and happy Philippine National Health Research System Week. Magandang araw po.
Thank you very much, Mayor Garbo, for your warm welcome.
And now may we call on the Regional Director of the Department of Science and Technology, Region 3, Dr. Julius Cesar V. Sicat, for the overview of this event and to provide us with what the PNHRS has accomplished for the past year.
To His Excellency Ferdinand Marcos Jr., Sir, our partners from the Philippine National Health Research System, guests, morning. A competent, ethical, dynamic, and responsive research community working together for the attainment of national health goals is the vision of the Philippine National Health Research System. Through the system, we are able to promote cooperation and integration of all health research efforts and stakeholders in the country. Today, let me briefly share with you some of our notable accomplishments ever since the institutionalization of the Philippine National Health Research System. I would like to start with a significant milestone in 2020 wherein the Philippines was cited by the World Health Organization as among the countries which made significant progress in health research. Based on the WHO's 2020 Health Evidence Network report, the PNHRS was cited as a model for low to middle income countries with a comprehensive national strategy for health research. As the national framework for health research in the country, the PNHRS led the formulation of the National Unified Health Research Agenda, a document which serves as the country's template for health research and development efforts in a 6-year period. The NURA is created through a series of regional and national consultations to ensure that the agenda caters to the needs of all health stakeholders. Our most recent accomplishments in R&D involve the mobilization of our regions in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As the country was scrambling for diagnostic kits together with other countries, the system supported the development of the first Pinoy-made COVID-19 diagnostic kit and the distribution of RT-PCR equipment and technical support to the diagnostic requirements of the region. Seeing the immediate need for COVID-19 testing and escalating COVID-19 cases, the system supported the fabrication of swab testing stations that will still protect healthcare workers during specimen collection. Within 1 month, our regions promptly distributed and installed 132 units of these stations in DOH-identified testing centers in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. For continuous monitoring of patients with severe or critical conditions, we equipped our hospitals with RxBox, a biomedical telemedicine device capable of measuring a patient's vital signs and store health information for initial screening of patients. Through the help of our regions that partnered with PCHRD to identify and expand the RxBox deployment sites, we were able to distribute a total of 369 units of RxBox in 2020. Boosting the country's COVID-19 testing facilities, the establishment of the Philippine Genome Center satellite facilities in Visayas and Mindanao. The facilities provided services and significant contributions in testing, training, capacity building, support and collaboration on COVID-19 research in their respective regions. The work of the Philippine Genome Center has been crucial in determining the virus strains present in the country, forming the basis for various quarantine policies enacted by the IATF. The PNHRS also supported the recalibration of FASTER, a disease surveillance tool for COVID-19 which served as the official operational model of the IATF that provides expert forecasts on possible cases and scenarios in the country, guiding decision-making in COVID-19 response. We also explored possible treatments to address the burden of costly existing COVID-19 treatment. Some studies undertaken are the critical trials on Lagundi for patients with mild COVID-19 without comorbidities and the study of VCO's antiviral properties versus COVID, which was conducted in early 2020. Having shown promising results, we supported the conduct of a hospital trial on the use of VCO among hospitalized COVID-19 patients and a community trial for suspect and probable COVID-19 cases to validate the efficacy and safety of VCO as an adjunctive treatment for COVID-19. Moving forward, along with our regional partners, among our major focus in the PNHRS is the establishment of the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines, or VIP. All these initiatives and endeavors would not have been possible if there were no efficient and effective network of researchers and research institutions in the health research system strategically placed in the different regions of the country. We remember with deep appreciation the President's support for the PNHRS when he was in the Senate when it was being deliberated for its passage into law in 2013. With your continued support to the PNHRS, we are confident of a vibrant and dynamic health research community contributing towards the attainment of universal health care. Indeed, we look forward to a close partnership towards a resilient health system that fosters unity and cooperation, not just with our four core implementing agencies and regional consortia, but across all stakeholders in health research. In behalf of the system, thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to share with you the PNHRS notable accomplishments through the years. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang PNHRS.
Thank you very much, Regional Director Sikat, for your comprehensive report.
At this juncture, let us hear the inspiring messages of the other PNHRS core agencies for the health research community. Let me now call on Chairperson J. Prospero E. De Vera of the Commission on Higher Education for his message.
His Excellency President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., Special Assistant to the President Anton Lagdameo, our host province, Governor Dennis Padilla, our host LGU, uh, Mabalacat Mayor Crisostomo Garbo, our partners from DOH, OIC Secretary Maria Rosario Vergere, and everyone here today, good morning. On behalf of the Commission on Higher Education, as one of the core agencies of the PNHRS, I would like to congratulate the Central Luzon Health Research and Development Consortium, together with the DOST Region 2, for hosting today's 15th Philippine National Health Research System Week, a celebration that will gather stakeholders to share their expertise and experiences in health research and development. May I ask in particular our experts from the universities to please stand up. Those who are presenting papers, can we please stand up, our universities? Mr. President, the expert researchers from the different universities are at your service to make sure that all decision making is evidence-based and based on studies. Themed the health research responding to challenges to national recovery and resiliency. This gathering could not have been organized at a better time. Since March 2020, the country closed its borders and restricted inter-LGU travel as the pandemic moved too fast for comfort. As a member then of the IATF, my most difficult problem during that time was making decisions that was not based on a lot of science and data. As an academician all my life, it was extremely difficult. I think most of the IATF members experienced that. To be making decisions where you cannot benchmark with other countries because everyone was suffering the same. Or you could not get data on the ground because COVID was happening too fast. This event, therefore, is important as it serves as a platform for the health research community to share their insights, best practices, and experiences in developing innovative solutions to contribute to the national recovery effort through health research and development in a post-COVID period. On the part of the Commission, we have been mobilizing the higher education community to do research on the impact of the pandemic on the learning outcomes and competences of students. It is also important to mention that part of this effort is a stronger desire to strengthen our research community to make sure policy making, as I said earlier, is evidence-based. Mr. President, we're also putting together now our experts. Here, former DOH Secretary Jimmy Tan has already agreed to put together a roadmap on how to dramatically increase our STEM graduates as you instructed during your State of the Nation address. We are also facilitating the production of the critical manpower for your instruction to build specialty hospitals all over the country. Through the Dr. Parasabayan Law, we have authorized the opening of new medical programs in 7 universities and recently lifted the 11-year moratorium on the offering of new nursing programs in higher education institutions. This improvement of our health manpower and our research manpower is the contribution of the Commission to make sure your instructions in the State of the Nation address are realized as fast as possible. I wish all of you a productive conference. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Chairperson J. Prospero E. De Vera.
And now to give the message from the Department of Health, let us listen to the OIC Secretary, Maria Rosario S. Vergere.
His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., Secretary Lagdameo, all distinguished guests and visitors, good morning po sa inyo lahat. Allow me first to congratulate the Central Luzon Health Research and Development and its partners, and of course, the Department of Science and Technology for successfully staging this year's Philippine National Health Research System Week. The pandemic was challenging for all, particularly for our researchers who had to risk their lives to continue going to the field, laboratories, or hospitals. However, the silver lining that the pandemic brought was definitely better science literacy, or even evidence literacy for decision makers, and for a segment of the population, better appreciation of science-driven policies. The health research landscape is still far from perfect, but definitely better than it was in the pre-pandemic. The health technology assessment process is now fully institutionalized and soon awaiting transfer to the Department of Science and Technology. Genomic sequencing, thank you to the UP Philippine Genome Center, is now a critical part of our COVID-19 response. The DOH-led UP Manila-backed Single Joint Research Ethics Board has made itself most relevant model of ethics review in our region. Country is back on the map for vaccine clinical trials, and legislators are taking notice of the need to invest in research and in research institutions. But this good news only means one thing. We need to strengthen our research institutions and communities more and make it available across the country. With demand for research products increasing, this community needs to deliver. Even so, as we gear up to implement what the Universal Healthcare Act has promised, health policy and systems research become as important as clinical research. In the DOH's medium-term agenda, which is still being finalized, resiliency against future pandemics and health threats will be one of our pillars. And as such, the DOH, along with the Department of Science and Technology, is at the forefront of ensuring that the presidential directive of establishing our very own Center for Disease Prevention and Control and the Virology Institute of the Philippines will be realized. This, of course, is in collaboration with our partners in the legislative branch of government. To realize UHC and pandemic resilience, building institutional capacities is critical. Through scholarship programs, we hope to send a total of 300 scholars for masteral and PhDs in health to top universities globally, who upon return will be expected to bolster our UHC implementation and our Center for Disease for Control operations. 300 scholars by the end of our current administration, and we hope Chair Prospero de Vera can help us on this, having launched successful programs such as the CHED Fulbright Scholarship Program. To support health reforms, we are looking at strategic partnerships with our institutions. For example, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies will not just be assisting in PhilHealth, to come up with analysis and briefers, but will help us build the cadre for healthcare financing research and probably our very own case mix center. In a similar vein, we have discussed with our University of the Philippines Chancellor Padilla how we want to continue our health policy fellowships and internships, as well as stepladder programs for our human resources for health development. Moreover, in line with the focus on institutional building, we at the Department of Health would preferentially support not piecemeal researches, but cutting-edge long-term studies. For example, the Cebu cohort study by San Carlos University has produced a wealth of knowledge and talent, but no such model for research has been repeated since. As we carry on the battle against COVID-19 and march towards universal health care, our interests must converge to an even greater degree and result in even greater determination to achieve our health goals. Through sustained partnerships and respect for science and evidence, matched with innovation, creativity, and resolve, we can achieve universal health care in the new normal and realize a better future for every Filipino. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, OIC Secretary Vergere, for your message.
And to give her message on behalf of the last member of the PNHRS, the University of the Philippines, Manila, National Institute of Health, let us call on Chancellor Carmencita D. Padilla.
His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., esteemed guests, colleagues in the health community, good morning. UP Manila joins the health research community in celebrating and promoting the Philippine National Health Research System Week. As active partners in the pursuit of a robust nation building through health, we continue our relentless efforts of enhancing health through research. The COVID-19 crisis has underscored the role of science in informed decision making and gave us the opportunity to reconfigure our health systems for greater responsiveness. When UP set up the Philippine Genome Center in 2009, it was extremely difficult to secure the funds. In defending the grants, our tagline was, "Time will come when the borders will close and we need a genome center." That was in 2009. I would like to personally thank UP, DOST, and CHED for investing on the Philippine Genome Center. Thank you to the government for believing in a plan that we did not know will be important today. Indeed, the Philippine Genome Center is a lifesaver during the crisis. And to DOH for using this resource for the genomic biosurveillance of COVID-19. The pandemic was an excellent demonstration of the value of collaboration using the PNHRS work. Maraming salamat sa ating core agencies for helping us put this together. Mr. President, UP Manila is ready to develop a UP Manila Science Park for our local discoveries at the new Clark City. I think it's about time that we look at the developments, develop it here so that it becomes affordable. And we look forward to your support. Apart from COVID-19, the Philippines has experienced other disasters that challenge the country's capacity and resiliency at all levels and sectors. The increased risk of expanding communities, the complexity of new and old threats, and the demand for efficiency in our daily and emergency response team systems point to the need for an approach that can leverage efforts across multiple sectors to achieve a common goal. And at the core of such an approach is research. Without research, gaining control over any pandemic or disaster or restoration is impossible. Our experience with the COVID-19 pandemic, where we started nothing in terms of science, is proof of how research played a central role in acquiring wisdom towards its treatment and prevention. We are grateful to the PNHRS for spearheading and leading us towards appropriate actions and measures in using research towards national recovery and resiliency. Indeed, collaboration is crucial in research. At all times, it is imperative that the government, the academe, represented by the various universities today, and other sectors work together towards efficient response and recovery. Our countrymen are praying that all our research endeavors towards resilience and recovery will succeed so that our nation can have a healthier, crisis-prepared future. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Padilla.
At this juncture, may we call on the Special Assistant to the President, Secretary Antonio Ernesto F. Lagdameo Jr., to introduce our guest of honor.
Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos, President of the Republic of
Thank you very much to our Special Assistant Secretary uh, Anton Lagdameo for this very uh, concise introduction. Please sit down. The Department of Health Officer in Charge, Dr. Maria Rosario Vergere, the CHED Chairperson, and long acquaintance of mine we have been working together for very many years on all of these education issues that we had been facing, and I'm happy now that all of our discussions perhaps we can now actually put into place. Thank uh, Chairperson Popoy de Vera, Mabalacat City, Mayor Chris Garbo, the University of the Philippines, Manila Chancellor Carmencita Padilla, the officials and staff of the Philippine National Health Research System, all the other distinguished guests, fellow workers in government, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As is my way when I am in the company of all the workers that have been working for the betterment of our health situation in the midst of the pandemic, I always start with a note of gratitude and of thanks and for your sacrifice and for the risks that you take and all that you have been able to do to help us through this pandemic. It is nothing less than having you have helped to keep millions of people alive. There is nothing more heroic in my mind than what you have achieved. So thank you. Thank you not only from me as a as a sufferer of COVID, but for all the millions who somehow have reaped the benefit of your hard work. As you remember, I was a very early sufferer. I came home from Europe in the second week of March of 2020, and I already had COVID. But as you remember, in that period of time, we were bereft of any science. I remember it was the first time in my life that I had experienced the thought that because we have become used to the medical care that we are always receiving, and whatever happens, the doctor will tell you, okay, we know what it is. We will tell you what this is what you will do, and in a certain amount of time, you will be better. And all through our lives, that is exactly what happened. When we feel bad, we break our leg, we get a wound, we go to the doctor, and he says, "It's okay. We know what's happening here, and we will take care of you. This is what we will do. You will get better." And sure, we do get better. For the first time in our experience, I asked the doctor and I said, "What's happening?" And he said, "I don't know. What are you going to do to cure me? We don't know." That is the situation that we were in. There was a total lack of information, of knowledge about this new pandemic. And that is why the work that you did, that developed the genome sequencing so that we could follow and identify and detect the different strains as they came about, the the test kits that you were able to develop for the local community, the modeling that was done. This was all a fruit and of your partnership, and it is something that has never been seen before. So maybe you cannot be considered. You cannot say you were not frontliners. You were not in the hospitals. You were still at the forefront, because what information, what data, what research you put together was what was used in the front lines. And that in that way it was so important. So I am very happy to be celebrating the 15th National Health Research System Week. And of course, we cannot celebrate that without a mention of President GMA, because through her proclamation 1309, she declared the second week of August as the PNHRS week. I commend the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Health Research and Development for organizing this event, along with the PNHRS. I also acknowledge the Central Luzon Health Research and Development Consortium for hosting our celebration for this week. Your organization's coordination and leadership in this important field of study will help ensure that we can utilize the maximum economic and social benefits that stem from the rapid developments in science and medicine. The unparalleled commitment of our health researchers to pressing our nation forward for a healthier and safer future is certainly worth our recognition. A key element of the work that you do, is the cooperation that the different agencies that have come together and have removed all the barriers in terms, of course, of scientific research, of exchange of information, of help in facilities, help in using all of the laboratories so that we are able to maximize our efforts. This has been the key to the successes that you have enjoyed and the successes you will enjoy. This not only happened here in the Philippines, it happened also around the world, where, as we saw for the first time, I think in the history of different countries, we could see that the research institutes were not very jealous of their information, and it was shared at an unprecedented rate. And that is something that we have also learned to enjoy. Because of your coordination and your working together and your close working relationship has really brought about that synergy that we are looking for in terms of the knowledge that we are gaining and the ways that we are developing to mitigate the various problems that have come up during the pandemic, that we know will come up, unfortunately, in the future. But then I think we are better prepared because we have formed and we have had experience during the COVID-19 pandemic. And that, I think, still remains to be the key when it comes, as I said, to the work that you do. I think that will be the key element to our success. To this occasion, various regional and national experts and researchers come together. You lead us in exploring and discovering areas that invite utmost attention. Keeping a keen eye on these different issues will undoubtedly encourage discussion and exchange of ideas. And this is what I am talking about, a open and continuous discussion and exchange of ideas, especially as we allow the essence of this solidarity for the Philippines to bind our efforts amidst all these difficulties. Of all, at this juncture, I wish to highlight the importance of intellectual humility, which you have all demonstrated, because this is what you need to pursue your noble endeavors. You hone your competencies and gain new insights from your fellow practitioners and remain open to new knowledge and ideas. We have no choice because we cannot judge, we cannot measure this pandemic by any other human experience. And that is why we have to be very open and understand and say, no, it is not something we already know. It is something that we very much do not know. And that is the openness that I speak about. Especially whenever groundbreaking data or new findings debunk our usual beliefs. This has happened. How many times did it happen during the pandemic where everything changed? Everything changed. This is the way of science. And this is what you provide. This dearth of science that we suffered for almost a year until we slowly began to understand. We slowly began to understand what this disease was. How do we treat it? How do we take care of our people? How many patients can we actually treat? What do we do to protect our frontliners? What is the new knowledge? Is this a new virus? Is this a new variant? All of these things just have kept coming at us. It has gotten to the point where I always am hesitant to say we are at the tail end of the pandemic. Every time I say that, there's a new surge. I said that already. The first meeting that Yusek Berhere and I had, I said, parang patapos na. Mukhang tail end na tayo dito sa pandemya. And here we come again with a new variant of coronavirus of Omicron that now we have to deal with, that you have to genome sequence again, that we have to find a booster so that the people are fully immunized, and that is the way of scientists, is that we continue, and I suppose it is different when we talk about hard science and primary research, like what you are doing now, because we're still at primary research when it comes to the pandemic. So we must really be very wary of getting fixed and saying this is what it is, because we know it evolves, it mutates, and after a couple of months, it is not what it is any longer. And that's why the openness of mind, the continuing flow of information between all of the different agencies has become crucial, has become critical, and has been, again, to say it again, the key to what successes that you have enjoyed. The health crisis we have confronted has exposed how vulnerable we are as a people. And this pushed us to devise the efficient responses and the mechanisms given what resources that we had. That is why I believe we continue to remain open to these new ideas and commit to work together. We can resolve these issues by employing cross-sectoral, responsive, evidence-based systems. Now, there's a very important idea. You are all scientists. Evidence-based system. There is no such thing as a failed experiment, because every experiment you learn something. This is something that we have to keep in our heads, that these evidence-based systems are all that we rely on. Not just some, well, you're all familiar with all the crazy the crazy stuff that came out on the internet during 2020 and 2021. And it was, well, one of the greatest jobs of government was to try and counteract that by providing actual good information and guidance for what people should be able to do so that they can mitigate the effects. If they have gotten sick, mitigate the effects, get better quicker, and um, avoiding and preventing the acquisition of the acquiring of the disease in the first place. So as long as we keep our minds attuned to the goals that we share and to the dreams that we want to achieve as a nation, we will not only emerge triumphant, but also open new opportunities and areas for growth in the future. Risk communication is likewise crucial in the time of pandemic and in the time of all disasters. What are practical approaches to preventing and mitigating harm? How can we prepare the Filipino people and disseminate information to vulnerable sectors much more effectively than we have been able to do so far? We can answer these questions if we delve deeper into responding to challenge towards our recovery and our resiliency. I trust that you will learn from each other's shared experiences, best practices, and discoveries in coping with the pandemic and other natural calamities and disasters. I am certain that you will do all of these and more. I am certain because you already have, and I am certain you will continue to do it. And as we undertake the necessary measures to help our people and our society to move forward into what we now refer to as the new normal. As your president, I hope that my presence here today gives a clear signal that this administration continues to support your endeavors so that together we can create an enabling environment for the Filipino research community that fosters collaboration and cooperation that will yield solutions that will make lives better for our fellow men and women. And to this end, as I am sure you know, I have presented to the Congress, both houses of Congress, the proposed the creation of the Virology Center of the Philippines, and so that we can consolidate in a better way all of the disparate research, all the different sources of knowledge, all the different sources of research and new data. We can put it together and be more coordinated as opposed to what we had to work with during the pandemic. And secondly, of course, is the creation of our own disease control center here in the Philippines so that we are ready for the unfortunate warnings that we are always getting that this is not going to be the last pandemic, at least not in our lifetimes. So these are the efforts. We have been in consultation with the House of Representatives and the Senate to bring these to create these agencies so that we can bring them to bear in what we are up to now continuing to have to fight. It is we will continue to work so that our people are safer, so that our citizens have better access to healthcare, and so that the quality of our healthcare will improve. Thank you all very much. I wish you a meaningful and productive week. Mabuhay kayong lahat. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Marami pong salamat sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our program. May we request the President to remain on stage for the photo opportunity. May we call on the first batch, VIPs and resource persons to proceed on stage for the photo opportunity. Please be ready, batch 2, the Department of Science and Technology. Again, may we call on the first batch, VIPs and resource persons to proceed on stage for the photo opportunity. Next batch is the Department of Science and Technology. Please be ready. Thank you very much. Please exit on the right side of the stage.
May we now call on the second batch, DOST or the Department of Science and Technology, to proceed on stage for the photo opportunity. PCHRD, kindly be ready. Thank you very much, DOST. Please exit on the right side of the stage. May we now call on the third batch, the PCHRD members, to proceed on stage for the photo opportunity. The next batch will be from the Department of Health. Please be ready. Thank you very much, PCHRD members. Please exit on the right side of the stage. May we now call on the fourth batch from the Department of Health to proceed on stage for the photo opportunity. Thank you very much, Department of Health. Kindly exit the stage on the right side. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for granting this photo opportunity.
And that officially concludes our program.
We have the last batch from the DOH for the photo opportunity. Again, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kindly exit the right side of the stage. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for granting this photo opportunity.
And that officially concludes our program. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for gracing the opening ceremonies of the 15th Philippine National Health Research System Week celebration.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. May we request everyone to please stay in their respective seats until the President has left the venue. Again,
Regional Director po ng DOS. So wala pala si ano? Opo, wala po siya. Dr. Surilong, siya siyang pumalit. Opo. Pero si Dr. Montoya po, nagsalita din ba siya? Wala po siya. Wala siya. Kanina mo. Dr. Julius. Cesar. Cesar. V. Parang Cesar Salad. Opo, opo. Okay. Regional Director. Ah, Julius Cesar lang? Original direct, tsaka chair po ng CLHR. Ah, yun na lang, chair na lang para mas ano na mas maganda. 10 minutes.
Good morning, colleagues. We will start the plenary session number 1 in 10 minutes.
Yung ano ma'am? Apo, apo. And then we have yung mayor po meron na. Yung mayor. Yung mayor po meron na. Okay, yung pong yung sa Chen, meron na po sila. Yung sa DOH meron na. Sa UP Manila meron na po. Ayun lang. Welcome po. Ay ma'am, yung special assistant sa baba. Okay po. So mama na
Eh ba pwedeng kasi form of acknowledgement, di ba? Kaya problem na yun. After 10 minutes daw, paano yung by Actually, yes. Nung February nakatamo kang tama. Feeling ko nga,
Prias.
The task at hand is vast and will require action at all levels and across sectors of our society. Welcome to the session on Pandemic to Endemic, Shaping Disaster Resilient Communities from COVID-19 Experiences.
This year, two sub-themes were identified from the main theme and was further divided into plenary sessions. This morning's plenary session is moderated by the officer in charge, Vice President for Academic Affairs of the Holy Angel University. Please welcome Dr. Al D. Biag.
Good morning to the health research community. Joining us today is a set of distinguished speakers who are going to share experiences and insights as they expound on our theme. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the resource persons for this session. Our first speaker is a pancreatic surgeon and professor at the International Cooperation for Disaster Medicine in the International Research Institute of Disaster Science of Tohoku University. During the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake, he was stationed at the headquarters of the Tohoku University Hospital. His program of research includes medical needs during disasters, hospital business continuity plans, health workforce development, computer simulation in disaster medicine, and the development of a healthy and resilient community against disasters. He is the executive editor for Disaster Medicine section in the Tohoku Journal of Experimental Medicine, deputy editor for Disaster Medicine and Public Health Preparedness, and a member to the advisory working group for the project for strengthening the ASEAN regional capacity on disaster health management, or ARCH project. Let us welcome Dr. Shinichi Egawa. Our second speaker is a medical doctor who has extensive public health, research, and clinical experience. She completed her Doctor of Philosophy at Nagasaka University, concentrating in public health, epidemiology, and radiation health effects. She was a Center of Excellence researcher at the Atomic Bomb Disease Institute of Nagasaka University, where she conducted research on health effects after the Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident. From her experience, she became a consultant for the radiation program of the Department of Protection of Human Environment of the World Health Organization in Geneva, Switzerland. She also served Japan's Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare for 9 years, starting as coordinator for international health crisis management, all the way to being designated as Chief Deputy Director for Global Health of the International Affairs Division. Aside from these, she obtained her Master of Public Health in Health and Social Behavior at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health in 2019, and her Master of Public Affairs at the University of California, Berkeley. At present, she is the team lead for Health Emergency Program of the World Health Organization Representative Office of the Philippines, where she provides technical support in strengthening the country's preparedness for managing health security, information management, and risk assessments, infectious hazard management, and emergencies. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Yui Sekitani. To represent Undersecretary Lilibeth C. David, our third speaker is the Chief of Preparedness Division of the Health Emergency Management Bureau of the Philippine Department of Health, which is responsible for policies, plans, capacity building, advocacy, and research activities on health emergency and disaster risk management at the national level. He is instrumental in the development of disaster risk reduction and management in health policies, especially as part of the universal health care. He also played a major role in the response to major emergencies and disasters, COVID-19 pandemic included, that have affected the country. Aside from these, he is also a professor of public health in several Philippine and U.S. universities and medical centers. His research focuses on health security, climate change, and the different impacts of emergencies and disasters to health systems and interventions needed to address these challenges at the strategic and operational levels, which were published as research articles, book chapters, and commentaries. Lastly, he is a member of the WHO thematic platform for health emergency and disaster risk management and the PNHRS technical working group on health emergencies and disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Ronald P. Lau. Down to our last speaker, she is the director of the Institute of Clinical Epidemiology, University of the Philippines, Manila National Institutes of Health. She is also a professor and associate dean for research of the UP College of Medicine and a clinical professor of the Division of Infectious Diseases, Department of Medicine, UP PGH. Aside from her career in the academe, she is the immediate past president of the Philippine Society for Microbiology and Infectious Diseases. Her notable contribution during the pandemic includes being a member of the Department of Health Technical Advisory Group for COVID-19, the project lead for the Philippine COVID-19 Living Clinical Practice Guidelines, and the national coordinator of the WHO Solidarity Trial Therapeutics. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Marisa L. Alejandria. Before we proceed with the discussions, may we request our participants to please reserve your questions during the open forum later after the four discussions. For our participants in Zoom, you may type in your questions in our Q&A tab, and for those who are tuned in via Facebook Live, you may use the comments section. Kindly indicate your name, affiliation, and to whom the question is addressed. Without further ado, the first discussion will be by Dr. Shinichi Egawa, whose talk is titled Research Frontiers in Health and Disaster Risk Management. What do we know now? This topic aims to answer what innovative strategies and evidence-based approaches should be undertaken in disaster risk reduction and management during the pandemic. Unfortunately, Dr. Igawa could not be with us physically. We will now play his recorded discussion, and later he will join us during the open forum.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shinichi Egawa from Iridis Tohoku University. Thank you, Dr. Montoya, for giving me this opportunity to present my data about the research frontiers in health and disaster risk management. There are three factors of disaster risks: the tsunami, earthquake, or typhoon, or even viruses and radiation are called hazards. And hazards are attacking the community with various vulnerability and coping capacity. And the consequence is the damage of the disaster. So the loss of life, health, and loss of properties, family, and communities. So when you consider the disaster risk reduction, the reducing the upper side, the hazard and the exposure and vulnerability will make the risk smaller, and the increasing the capacity will make the risk further smaller. And the know your risk, reduce your risk, and be prepared to act is a fundamental framework for the international commitment. So the WHO proposes this classification of hazards in the health emergency and disaster risk management frameworks. There are tons of hazards, so it is impossible to plan for individual hazards. All hazards approach and disaster risk reduction is practical. The Sendai Framework 2015 to 2030 has four priorities. Priority 1 is understanding the disaster risk, and the priority 2 is disaster risk governance. And priority 3 is investment in disaster risk reduction. And fourth priority is enhanced preparedness for effective response and build back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. And Sendai Framework also has 7 global targets. By implementing the national and local strategies for international cooperation or multi-hazard early warning system, reduce the mortality and affected people and the direct economic loss and the damage to the critical infrastructure, especially for education and health, namely the schools and hospitals. But what do we know now? We have to understand the change of health risks in disaster. I wrote this chapter of the WHO Guidance on Research Methods for Health and Disaster Risk Management about the historical developments in health media around policy and research, the case study of Japan. Japan has long history of attacked by the earthquakes and tsunamis, and especially in this area. The Sendai is located here. The Pacific coastal line of Tohoku area was attacked for thousands of years. The blue dots are the Miyagi earthquake in every 30 to 40 years. Magnitude 7.5 earthquakes occurs. But when you see that when the earthquake is larger than the magnitude 8, those earthquakes are associated with tsunami. And even a huge earthquake in Chile, the tsunami came over the Pacific Ocean to Japan. When you see the like humans' memory, 47 years ago, the tsunami is 2004 Sumatra tsunami and Indian Ocean tsunami or 2011 Tohoku tsunami. But when you look back 370 years, like 300 years more, the tsunami occurs everywhere around the Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, and even Atlantic Ocean. Japan was suffering from many earthquakes and typhoon, the floods. Thousands of people were killed. And Japan implemented the Disaster Countermeasures Basic Act in 1961. And after that, there was silent period. When the 1995 Great Hanshin-Awashi earthquake and 2011 Great East Japan earthquake killed tens of thousands of people. So the Japanese Disaster Medical Society implemented the disaster medical system after the 1995 Great Hanshin-Awashi earthquake. The disaster-based hospital and disaster medical assistant team (DMAT) and a staging care unit and wide area transportation to prioritize which patient go first. An emergency medical information system is a coordination system of the information. But after experiencing the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake, the disaster medical coordinators, disaster psychiatric assistant team, or disaster health emergency assistance team, or Japanese disaster rehabilitation assistance team, mother and child health liaison, hemodialysis liaison, standard disaster medical record system named JSPEED after the SPEED system created in Philippines. We have to understand which kind of medical needs and public health needs occur according to the time frame after the onset of the disaster. When you think about the aging society like Japan or Philippines, the chronic diseases are the existing health needs in the community. But when a disaster happens, injury may be a great part of the medical needs. However, days or weeks, the non-communicable disease needs and mental health needs will become eminent. And when the COVID-19 is positive, the COVID-19 medical needs exist even before the emergency onset. On the other hand, the healthcare capacity of local area is significantly damaged at the onset and recovers slowly. So that definitely the external relief aid is necessary, and even more the self-help at the immediate onset of the disaster is very critical. Now, Japan and Thailand has bilateral agreement, and in collaboration with JICA, the ASEAN member states are promoting this ARCH project, a project for strengthening the ASEAN regional capacity on disaster health management. So it is aiming the regional collaboration. When something happens, the neighboring countries can help immediately, or individual capacity building by implementing the standardized disaster medical system. The Japanese system is one of the model of the such system. Establishment of the ASEAN Academic Network, including the ASEAN Institute of Disaster Health Management, and establishment of academic journal. Now, the disaster health management should be considered under the context of the aging community. As you can see here, the population pyramid of Japan, Philippines, and Nepal became bell-shaped. Philippines maybe still bell-shaped, pyramid shape, but in 2050, all three countries will become bell-shaped. So that there is an informed disaster risk index, which is publicly available by the European Union and the United Nations. There are hazard and exposure dimension, or vulnerability dimension, and lack of coping capacity dimension. And red squares are indicating the health-related factors, so such socioeconomic factor, vulnerable groups, other vulnerable groups like children or aged people or women, the physical infrastructure or access to the health system. So that there are components and categories and dimensions that consist of the informed risk. When we compare the life expectancy of each member state, a country, the life expectancy in X bar and informed risk index in Y bar, there is a significant negative correlation. That means the country with long life expectancy has low disaster risk in total. But when you divide in the dimensions, the hazard and exposure dimension, the risk is very high in Japan. However, the vulnerability index and the lack of coping capacity risk index is very low in Japan, with having the long life expectancy. So the longer life expectancy significantly correlates with the reducing the vulnerability risk and lack of coping capacity risk. And when we look at in detail, the socioeconomic vulnerability also very negatively correlates with life expectancy. And you understand that Human Development Index, Poverty Index, Gini Index, gender inequality, aid dependency negatively correlates with the life expectancy. And of course, the children under 5, mortality or malnutrition risk. If they cannot survive 5 years old, they cannot live longer. And lack of access to healthcare significantly negatively correlates with the life expectancy, the physician's density or health expenditure per capita, or measles immunization coverage. Healthy community is resilient against disaster. So what is resilience? Resilience is a system comparing the function and resource of the community in the time course. When disaster happens, those function resource significantly get damaged. But by building back better and disaster risk reduction, the function may be much better than the previous stage. And even the second disaster attacks, the damage could be lower and the recovery will be quicker. But if it fails, the damage will take longer and severer at the second stage. So this community is resilient. This is not resilient. And when we think about the stakeholder of building back better and disaster risk reduction, Sendai framework defines new stakeholders, including women, children and youth, persons with disabilities, poor people, migrants, and indigenous peoples, volunteers, and the community of practitioners, academia, and older persons. And WHO published this policy framework, the Health Emergency and Disaster Risk Management Framework. And according to this framework, WHO published last year this research guidance, WHO guidance on research methods for health emergency and disaster risk management. These are freely available on the website of the WHO, and I am translating this guidance into Japanese right now. And the policy of the HDEDRM framework is from the event-based to risk-based analysis, and reactive to proactive, from single hazard to all hazard, and hazard focus to vulnerability and capacity focus, and single agency to whole of society approach, and separate responsibility to shared responsibility of health systems, and response focus to risk management focus, and planning for communities benefit to planning with communities. So that now, in conclusion, that a high hazard and exposure risk country like Japan can reduce total disaster risk by decreasing the vulnerability and increasing the coping capacity with improved health-related indicators and building back better from prior disasters. ASEAN is now establishing regional resilience through the ARCH project and the ASEAN Academic Network. Improving the health indicators is an effective and important strategy for disaster risk reduction, making a healthy society resilient against disaster. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Igawa. Moving forward, the second discussion centers on the essential build back better strategies that the Philippines can adopt to ensure that we are moving towards resilient systems. Dr. Yui Sekitani's topic is titled Pandemic Resilient Health System. What are the essentials? Dr. Sekitani, you may start your discussion.
Hello, are you able to hear me now? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay, great. I'm so sorry. Um, I'm very sorry. I would like to ask you, yes, I would like to ask you to show the slides. I think I've sent it to the secretariat. Sorry, I just tried to put my mobile on just in case that I wasn't able to. Okay, great. Thank you so much. And my sincere apologies again. And so thank you, Dr. LBM, for a kind introduction. My name is Yui Sekitani, the team lead for WHO Health Emergencies Program at the WHO Philippines Country Office. So I'm very honored to join this meeting, and my sincere apologies once again that I'm not being able to physically join you. So next slide, please. We have been with COVID for more than 2.5 years, and COVID has we have seen wide range of impact on all areas of our society, not just health, but a huge impact on our economy too. The world hasn't learned from previous epidemics, and we have over-reliance on reacting to events as they occur, rather than on prevention and preparedness, which has meant that countries were caught unprepared for a pandemic of this speed and scale. And also, unfortunately, the pandemic has also hit vulnerable populations, and COVID has exacerbated pre-existing inequalities even further. Next slide, please. So we need to build a resilient health system. Next slide, please. Actually, building a resilient health system is not difficult. Resilience can be achieved by building mechanisms to scale up, retask various functions, capacities into the health system design. And we have seen it in the Philippines. For example, creation of the One Hospital Command and its integration to the whole universal healthcare law implementation is the same mechanism we'll be using in strengthening the country's patient navigation and referral system. To increase capacities, we have built partnerships between public and private labs and hospitals. We also built modular hospitals and isolation facilities with support from other departments, Department of Public Work and Highways, and we also did retasking of hospitals, used existing legal framework for emergency use authorization, augmented contact tracing using phones and digital tools. Next slide, please. So here, I would like to mention our WHO's policy recommendations on building resilient health systems. So number one, leverage the current response to strengthen both pandemic preparedness and health systems. Second, invest in essential public health functions, including those needed for all hazards and emergency risk management. Third, build a strong primary healthcare foundation. 4. Invest in institutionalized mechanisms for whole of society engagement. 5. Create and promote enabling environments for research, innovation, and learning. 6. Increase domestic and global investment in health system foundation and all hazards and emergency risk management. 7. Address pre-existing inequities and the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on marginalized and vulnerable populations. So I will go into this deeper. Next slide, please. So what can we do to leverage the current response to strengthen both pandemic preparedness and health systems? Here are some examples. Identify and map existing resources and weaknesses and capacities to determine priority needs. Analyze to identify, strengthen different additional ways to ensure that the unreached are reached with services and information. Strengthen capacity to provide high-quality, resilient services for other conditions. For example, communicable diseases, life course specific diseases, non-communicable diseases, and mental health conditions. This also includes infection prevention and control to ensure the safety of the health workforce, patients, and communities. During this pandemic, everyone is even more frequently washing their hands. This is a basic infection prevention control that is applied to everywhere, like workplace and schools, which prevents other infectious diseases. Also, digital health interventions became more familiar during the pandemic due to reduced contacts, which improved access to care. Next slide, please. So second is to invest in essential public health functions, including those needed for all hazards emergency risk management. So essential public health functions include like legislation, governance, financing, human resources, R&D, procurement and access to essential medicine, supply and logistics, surveillance and lab capacities, and information and technology, as you can see in the figure in the slide. It is important to conduct policy dialogues on these functions to be embedded in administrative structure from national to local levels with a robust foundation for primary healthcare. Strengthening health and public health professional competencies in essential public health functions and integrating with broader health workforce planning is important. Also, investing to effectively keep up with and harness technologies, particularly that can help fight against misinformation and infodemic, is vital, as this is one of the lessons learned we saw from this pandemic. Next slide, please. Many countries' responses have been focused on expanding intensive care hospital capacity for severe COVID-19 patients. Although this is hugely significant, a large proportion of the health services needed by those affected have been provided through primary care and community services, which is essential to ensure the safety of staff and patients and the continuity of essential and routine healthcare. Emerging evidence indicates that primary healthcare and associated hospital reform can contribute significantly to health security, improving the responsiveness of health systems through the provision of integrated public health and primary care capacity in the front line, combined with high-quality hospital services. Ensuring adequate numbers, competency levels, and distribution of a committed multidisciplinary primary healthcare workers that includes facility, outreach, and barangay community health workers are important. Invest in safe, secure, and accessible primary care facilities to provide high-quality services with reliable water, medical supply chains, telecommunications connectivity, and power supply, and with transport systems that can connect patients with other healthcare providers. Next slide, please. Acknowledging that health needs to be integrated within broader societal functions, the proposed transformation should be based on a whole of society approach with monitoring and accountability. Some steps are to review existing mechanisms for whole of society action, including expanding multi-sectoral approaches to health system strengthening and emergency management, community engagement, empowerment, and multi-stakeholder governance at all levels of administration. We should advocate, mainstream, and monitor the whole of society approaches in emergency preparedness and response and recovery efforts through integrated policies, planning, and budgeting. Next slide, please. The pandemic has also driven research and innovation opportunities across the life sciences, digital health, medical technologies, vaccine development, therapeutics and diagnostics, and in self-care modalities. While much of the current investment in research, innovation, and learning, including the use of digital platforms, is designed to support ongoing preparedness and response and the maintenance of safe service delivery, much of it may also help to make longer-term self-service delivery and risk management more efficient and effective. Here, I would like to use the example of the red line analysis using the DOH, Department of Health Data Collect Bed Tracker System. In the Philippines, a vulnerable and fragmented national and local health information system for emergency health response resulted in low access to information needed for decision making. After creating the DOH Data Collect Bed Tracker System, we are now able to monitor hospital occupancy trends to determine healthcare system requirements and anticipate critical care needs. Next slide, please. So this is the red line analysis. And with this, we are able to follow the trend, estimate how many days it will take for ICU beds to reach 100% occupancy, which is the vertical red line. We are able to think ahead of time about the urgent actions needed before hitting the red line, assuming that all factors are constant. Next slide, please. The global cost of ensuring UHC and health security, as calculated by WHO, is extremely low compared with the cost of the pandemic. Long-term resilience needs to be factored into national investment for health in order to build back better. Therefore, we need to establish legislation and policy frameworks to increase and sustain fundamental health system and emergency preparedness requirements. This should include increasing the proportion of total government expenditure on health. Also, leveraging investment in non-health sector development strategies with a high impact on health, such as infrastructure, transport, water, and electricity, is something that we also need to think about. Next slide, please. So lastly, structural deficiencies in health, social, and economic policies and sectors which impact the resilience of health systems and societies must be addressed, with a focus on leaving no one behind. Please ensure engagement and participation of and consideration for vulnerable socioeconomic groups in national and subnational legislations, policies, planning and interventions for health system and community resilience. Please support financial protection for vulnerable populations and explore common concerns, challenges, and opportunities to strengthen operational connections between development and humanitarian programming. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. To conclude, governments must avoid falling into the cycle of panic, then forget, frequently observed in the previous pandemics. The policy implications and recommended actions mentioned are targeted at policymakers with a view to their ongoing role in the COVID response and health system strengthening. We need to consider approaches to early recovery and resilience, in order to start building back better, even during the ongoing response. We need to continue to improve health systems by integrating health emergency preparedness and response systems. The health of population is key to economic development. By planning and preparing, we can minimize the impact of the pandemic on health and economy. And my final words, we, WHO, continue to work with you to support planning and preparedness efforts and to respond to outbreaks and build resilient health systems. We look forward to our continued cooperation, and I thank you for your kind attention. And my apologies for the beginning and in the delay. I would like to hand over the mic back to Dr. Bian. Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you, Dr. Sekitani. The third speaker, Dr. Lau, will share with us his topic, Towards More Responsive and Resilient Philippine Health System. Are we on track? This topic aims to answer the following questions. What do we envision as a responsive health system? Where do we stand now? And what directions do we take? Let us listen to Dr. Lau's discussion.
Hello, good morning. Morning. Yeah, so once again, good morning to everyone. So let me thank DOST PCHRD once again as the lead convener of this highly successful activity. Can we give yourselves a round of applause? Of course, the PNHRS system, the movers and shakers, you know who you are. Of course, this is not going to be possible without our Central Luzon consortium for a job well done in organizing this national event, which was graced by no less than the President of the Republic of the Philippines. So thanks to everyone on behalf of the Department of Health, on behalf of OIC Secretary Maria Rosario Bergere, for all your help in our COVID-19 response, especially in terms of research and development and health innovations. As we know, public health emergencies are here to stay. And because of this, we are doing our best to sustain our efforts to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. And living with COVID-19 is something that we want. We want to build back better. And these are things that further inspire us to make universal health care a reality and resilient health systems a way of life. Do you agree with that? Yeah, so my whole presentation, the purpose of which is I will do my best to share the Department of Health perspective on how the health sector is gearing towards resilient health systems in light of our COVID-19 recovery efforts. So what outcome do we want? So we hope to see very clear areas of collaboration with the Department of Health and with all of you so that we will have a clear roadmap towards our health research and innovation. And we want to work well with the health research community, which is best represented by all of you here. So towards more responsive and resilient Philippine healthcare system, are we on track? So let's start. So the presentation outline is going to be like this. First, I'd like to answer the why. Why do we even have to talk about health system responsiveness and resilience? What is the big imperative? Second, I'll discuss the what. So together, we need to envision what a responsive and resilient healthcare system is, right? If we cannot see it, we won't know how to go about it, right? And finally, we should be very good in terms of answering the how. So what current initiatives are in place to make sure we're on the right track? So these are important things to address just for us to answer the question if we are on track. All right, the Philippines faces a lot of hazards, natural like typhoons, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions to human-induced like armed conflict. The list can go on and on and on. Technological like fire, transportation accidents, and of course, not complete without biological hazards, which on the extreme end is exemplified by the pandemic. We face serious climate change threats, emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases, and even terrorism. But regardless of the cause, these hazards threaten the health, safety, and life of every Juan and Juana, all Filipinos. And this impact greatly on our health system. So something must be done. The Philippines is one of the most at-risk countries when it comes to disasters. Let's go back to the data previous to the pandemic. Much of this is related to a changing climate. In the 2020 Climate Risk Index report, which look at the year 2018, our country is top 2 among the 10 most affected countries of the world, and this reflects so much our high degree of exposure to climate and health risks. This is before the pandemic. In the 2021 Global Disaster Report, the one on the right side, from CRED, which is the authority on reporting global disasters, Philippines registered top 4 just because of what typhoon? Typhoon Rai, or locally Odette, which ravaged majority of the regions of the country, the Visayas, Mindanao, and even Luzon. So during this pandemic, all these natural disasters pose additional burden to us Filipinos. So our disaster story is related to the following factors. There's increasing frequency and intensity of weather-related hazards. We have high exposure geographically, being right smack in the middle of the Western Pacific region in the typhoon belt and sitting on top of the ring of fire. And Filipinos are also continually exposed because of our socioeconomic vulnerability. And also, our adaptive capacities to manage these hazards is an area of attention. And all of this comprise major issues being confronted by our healthcare system. So the pandemic really happened. And this is the best example of an emergency or disaster that can impact so much on the health system. The past 2 years showed significant impact of COVID to our health system, to our economy. So as of August 8, 2022, the Philippines registered a total of 3.8 million COVID cases, with 60,000 Filipinos dying just because of COVID. There are, as of now, 37,942 cases. Although there had been substantial progress in our response, and the fact that we know better now in terms of managing our situation, because we have science-driven data and information and all that, still we see rising of cases. It's partly because of the more transmissible variants, specifically the Omicron subvariant BA.5, the dwindling compliance maybe of our people to the minimum public health standards, and maybe attributed also to waning immunity. So these are some factors contributing to this. So the surge of cases is always around the corner. So we cannot put our guards down. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted and exposed the weaknesses of our healthcare system. And some of the consequences are presented in this slide. So as we try to realize it, since health service delivery was diverted to COVID-19 response, and COVID-19 affected funding, supply chains, our health workforce. So there was basically interrupted and hampered access to non-COVID services. So this can lead to a variety of health risks, ranging from chronic diseases, even rising drug resistance, other infectious diseases, mental health issues, and even impact on our child and maternal mortality over the long term. All right? So the risk from COVID-19, other non-COVID cases, and other public health emergencies really make health resilience a big imperative. In light of these events, so thanks to our colleagues from like Professor Egawa and our colleague from WHO, they highlighted the importance of health resilience. So we are proud to say that health resilience is so much a part of our mandate and advocacy in the health sector. So with the various international and national commitment and goals, so there you have it. You have the Sendai Framework, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Health Emergency Disaster Risk Management Framework. I can go on and on. So this is also importantly supported by various laws, our Universal Healthcare Law, and even existing policies related to disasters and health. So we've got all of this covered, at least in terms of strategies and policies. So these are all important to further the cause on building health resilience in the country, and this is to benefit, of course, the health of our people. The Department of Health is very deliberate in pushing for health resilience as part of our commitments in terms of universal health care. And of course, we will have to tweak our strategy in light of the new administration. A new medium-term agenda is in the horizon, but health resilience is so much a part of this. So again, by definition, health resilience is what? It is our capacity as a health system to absorb the different shocks affecting our health system caused by different hazards. But not only that, absorb, adapt, and transform. All right? So what's important is that when we face all of this, we retain our control over our structure and functions. So to be resilient, we need to know this. The health system must be responsive. Why? In what regard? By being able to continually provide these services when they are needed the most. But it goes beyond that. Responsiveness lang yun eh. So resilience is what? So we also need to recover better and do the concept of building back better and really transform the health system for the better. All right? So we absorb, adapt, and transform. And this is our aspiration and endpoint. So if you look at the right figure, you see here that a resilient health system is represented in the middle. So it's surrounded by what we are familiar with, the WHO building blocks of a health system. So as with disaster and management in health system, we must also focus on thematic areas. So we don't only do response, we need to do preparedness. We also need to do disaster risk reduction and even recovery. So all of this must also be comprehensively done. And moreover, a key to achieving health resilience is what? We also need to put equal emphasis on social determinants of health, as you can see here, enhanced coordination with partners, and building community resilience. So these are all important components of what resilient health systems should be about. So the first very challenging question, what do we envision as a responsive and resilient health system? So as a product of our futures thinking exercise, a resilient health system can be imagined by looking at these features, which in fact represent our preferred future, or what we call the best case scenario for universal health care. First, we'd like to see that there's healthy living and working conditions for everyone, especially for our vulnerable sectors. We want to see that all families are covered, protected, and cared for by the respective team of competent health workers. Isn't that important? And we'd also like to see that spending on health services is pretty much predictable. We're talking about fixed rates. There's no surprise. And they're also affordable because we are talking about lower healthcare costs. So furthermore, we also see that the way health services should be provided should be through integrated networks of services. So we talk about a wide range of services, from the gamut of health promotion and prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and even palliative care, from primary to tertiary, going to our specialized services in the health system. And we'd also like to see that the health system is what? There's a lot of transparency in it, accountability mechanisms, and a strong sense and culture of what? We're all pushing for innovation. So with this, one question needs to be answered. So what transformations in our health systems are needed, or things that we should do, that regardless of the scenario what we will be faced with, we are assured that we are going to implement universal healthcare successfully so that resilient health systems will be achieved. So this will need key transformations in the following building blocks, as you can see on the slide, from financing, service delivery, medicines and drugs, health workforce, leadership, governance, and social determinants of health. In terms of financing, we want to take a more proactive role in shaping innovations to the direction of equity, accessibility, and resilience by being able to actively steer health sector purchases, investments, and funding. We can do this by empowering LGUs, local government units, to be strategic purchasers of innovative, low-cost products and services. So these are cost-effective interventions and services that will benefit our people. Other than that, with the immense health needs in the future, of course, we also need to sustain our funding to ensure that everyone will be provided with a minimum set of guaranteed health services. So as such, we are also looking to expand our syntaxes to also cover those services or products with what we call negative externalities, things that have something to do with air quality or even mental health. For service delivery, which is our favorite building block in this COVID-19 pandemic, here are the transformations that we want to achieve. First, we hope to see that geography will no longer be a barrier, a limitation in accessing quality healthcare, especially in the context of GDAS, or geographically isolated in disadvantaged areas. We can do this by shifting a proportion of our healthcare into people's homes. We bring the health services in people's home by way of telehealth, artificial intelligence, with real-time information and recommendations about people's health, given to them, provided to them quickly, enabling them to decide what's best for them. Secondly, we hope to see health facilities and digital infrastructure that are built to be more resilient to other climate events and equipped with adequate backup systems so that when these things are affected, they can easily bounce back easily from one disaster after the other. The promise of preventive and predictive healthcare is also realized. Hopefully, let's try to imagine this. The use of wearable sensors. I see that most of you are wearing wearables that can provide immediate, personalized feedback on health behavior and goals. How's your steps today? How's your caloric intake? How's even your oxygen saturation? So these devices can pretty much tell everything about our health status. So this can be important tools for Filipinos in our everyday lives. Fourth, the use of real-time data using these different technologies can lead to greater integration and coordination. So that is the great potential being offered by health technology and innovation, integrating us at the end of the day. And then finally, we hope to see this as well, that other approaches to our healthcare delivery, such as traditional, alternative, and complementary medicine, yoga, meditation, etc., and other related activities are also integrated in the provision of health services. After all, we have a strong culture and also a rich talent in terms of this. So we need to take these things further. In terms of health workforce, the Department of Health wants to ensure that our health talent is described to be what? T-shaped, meaning to say, all health workers can be specialists in their own right. There are core sets of skills that they are experts in. However, it doesn't stop us there. We should all try to also be horizontal collaborators. We also need to know a lot of everything, and this should allow us to cross-collaborate with other sectors, with other experts. So we need T-shaped talent. So vertical expertise and horizontal competencies to do better coordination and collaboration. And in terms of first response, we'd like to see a national guard of trained health volunteers that we can set this in place in different communities, which the Department of Health can deploy to respond to any emergency. And this can support our community level health interventions when services are disrupted. So this is where the Medical Reserve Corps comes in. For access to medicines and technology, we are looking towards implementing price transparency and, of course, quality of goods and services. So we can have it aggregated by the government or even third-party developers to enable patients and purchasers to compare across providers and make informed decisions. So powered by digital health and data. Second, we are also looking forward to the Department of Health becoming an anticipatory regulator which can scan emerging developments such as use of artificial intelligence for predictive healthcare, remote surgeries and health monitoring, and the use of mobile apps to give health advice and explore their possible safety and ethical implication. So this is where health technology assessment comes in, and with all the ethical implications of it, studying all of those. The Department of Health's regulatory work may also expand to consider, for example, the mental health impacts of products and be able to intervene in products that are highly addictive, that have been shown to create negative mental health impacts, for instance. And of course, we'd like to see that the country is in collaboration with other sectors towards a common agenda when it comes to innovation and technology. And finally, we hope to see the day that technologies are developed and used to improve our approaches in terms of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation and mitigation. For leadership, governance, and health information system, we hope for the day when the health sector is more agile, empowered, collaborative, and anticipatory. And this can be done through integrated approaches in health and health-related data collection. So our evidence-informed policy making becomes stronger, and we should institutionalize more processes in policy and planning so that the voices of everyone are heard when we are drafting our health policies. So this can be a game changer. And also, we want to encourage participatory and community-based processes. So how do we engage communities in terms of this vision? This can be done through exercises involving our stakeholders on the ground: parents, primary care providers, health workers, our local government officials, among others. Thirdly, this is such a challenge: restoring public trust and minimizing corruption. This can be done through strategic partnerships with private sector associations. For example, how to ensure transparent procurement systems, how to connect with citizens, getting effective feedback from them using mobile apps, and receiving feedback from a range of different stakeholders using the power of digital health. And lastly, addressing misinformation will be a priority action in the future. So we need to also work with our education sector to strengthen information literacy, health literacy among the youth, to help them spot misinformation, for us to tap local assets and first responders to provide the Department of Health with information, for example, on emerging rumors, scams, and we can develop an AI-powered system that will allow people to receive immediate and accurate responses. Last but not the least, for social determinants of health. So here are the transformations that we aspire to achieve. First, a holistic health approach is the thing across not only whole of government, but whole of society, addressing upstream determinants of health, such as access to healthy food, green urban spaces, anyone? Smart transport, so all the infrastructure that we need just to support healthy outcomes. We should also shift our approach towards healthcare by addressing local systemic challenges, such as those issues pertaining to the environment, social relations, and ensure stronger collaboration with other people, especially regarding behavior change in primary healthcare. So we will approach healthcare differently now, wherein we will build self-efficacy. People at their level will be resilient, can take care of themselves, can take care of their health, and we'd also like to push forward important approaches such as One Health, when we appreciate the relatedness of human health to the environment, and even approaches such as planetary health. Because after all, everything is integrated, and the health sector must also push this forward. So the next big question, where do we stand now, and what direction do we need to take? In spite of our policies and strategies on health resilience, public health preparedness and response issues still exist. So we can say that our health system is still weak and vulnerable to shocks. We have to admit that. Disaster management in health may not be a top priority among stakeholders, especially local chief executives. But we have a big opportunity right now in our midst because of the new administration, of course. All the systems are in place. Health service delivery remains to be fragmented. Coordination still the main challenge. And in addition, we don't have enough human resources. We don't have enough logistics and all the money needed to finance public health preparedness. And evidence-based decision-making using data still has to be improved to a large extent. So this is where the Department of Health comes in. So these are our current initiatives to ensure health resilience. First off, I'd like to mention developing a transformative agenda for universal healthcare. UHC happened before pandemic, but when the pandemic happened, it affected greatly our UHC implementation. But when we have this transformative agenda, this will inform whether the strategies being espoused in our universal healthcare law are really relevant. Are they really responsive to disasters and future shocks? Are they future-proof, right? And this transformative agenda should also allow us to think of priority investments. So this is where policies come in, legislative, executive, and we need to come up with a plan for the next medium term to ensure that our health system is what? It is one step closer towards being future-proof and anticipatory. And since the health sector needs to respond to COVID-19 and other emergencies and disasters, it is important to fulfill our mandate in protecting our people from various health threats. So I won't bore you with all of these things, but just to say that ensuring health resilience is important. For this, we need to strengthen our public health systems by addressing the different building blocks. We need to enhance the capacity of the health sector to reduce risks. We need to continually protect our health facilities for them to do the services. We need to improve response to public health emergencies, improve the use of our early warning systems, and building public health interventions where on the ground at the local level to increase overall our community resilience. And also, because we have to be motivated by our current COVID experience, our gains and milestones. So we are doing these initiatives. So most of these have been mentioned already by our esteemed guests just this morning. So we are currently expanding our capacity in terms of laboratories and networks. We are building sub-national laboratories which should be capable of doing a range of services to be able to be used for pandemic preparedness and our routine health services. That's important as well. we are currently strengthening further our disease surveillance systems and reporting by way of different systems. We are providing telemed services, trying to expand them, and set up systems for patient referral and management services. So the one hospital command center is now being transformed into a national patient navigation and referral center. We are actively supporting this important area, the conduct of clinical trials and researches, on vaccines and treatments for COVID-19. Solidarity trial, the trial for Avigan, antiviral. Of course, the development of living CPGs is very important. The Department of Health fully supports these initiatives. Also, we play a big role in institutionalizing our technical expert groups and task forces on public health emergency response. So this has been very important to us in our COVID-19 fight. And most of this shall be sustained and supplemented by current legislative measures. Setting up the Virology Institute, setting up our own version of the CDC in our country, for example. So the following are the thrusts of the Department of Health in moving forward just to achieve health resilience. We are primarily focused on, number one, capacity development of our leaders, managers, service providers, frontliners, implementers, partners, researchers like you. We are continually doing communication and advocacy to be able to reach out to our population, our patients, our partners, and collaboration, of course, with relevant stakeholders inside and outside the health sector, in government and private, international, national, and local, with civil society, academe, communities, and of course, our citizens. So capacity development, communication and advocacy, and collaboration, 3 Cs. So these are the thrusts of the Department of Health in achieving health resilience. Furthermore, the government is working on the institutionalization of what we call Dream Age systems as a means to achieve resilience. Dream Age is disaster risk reduction and management in health. And this, in fact, is an important component of our universal healthcare law. The minimum components are what you can see. So we are looking for a plan. We are looking for health emergency response teams, health emergency commodities, and functional operations center, which will facilitate the improvement of the local health systems to be able to address public health emergencies. So as a whole, hopefully this can help towards early recovery of our communities. Our latest assessment findings show that Dream Age institutionalization in the local government units, although it was affected greatly by the pandemic, we have seen substantial progress, especially with regards to preparatory level. So majority has done their baseline assessments. Most are already organizing their provinces and cities to have better public health preparedness and response systems. So in the Department of Health, we will be bolder in our efforts to support this LGUs and other local government units to make sure that their Dream Age system is functional. Because we need this to be able to respond to any public health emergency. The next natural disaster or the next big pandemic for that matter. Of course, this is not going to be the last pandemic. We know that. And how can the Philippine health system be resilient? Aside from the full implementation of the Universal Healthcare Law, onwards to year 2030, we believe the key is what? Institutionalization of our Dream Age systems. And several factors, social, technological, environmental, economic, and political, are gonna be important because this will shape a resilient health system in the country, at least looking at the disaster management side of it. So examples of which can be found in each. So for example, for social, we need to be particular about the health and safety behavior of people now because health is the foremost thing in people's mind. So how do we take advantage of that? One important indicator of resilience is how cohesive communities are. We're separated by differences. We're geographically isolated. We're an archipelago, but these barriers should be broken down. Silos should be eliminated, should be reduced if not eliminated. And of course, we'd like to see how these different networks are going to be integrated. Networks of researchers, networks of service providers, networks of everything. Technological side, an important session will happen just after lunch, talk about this. And of course, environmental, we cannot do something about so much about the effects of climate change and disasters. But on the economic side, we need to look at health financing for vulnerable sectors. How do we get additional financial and logistic resources from our partners, and even come up with investments, no, for better systems. Politically, the presence of our president is a big testament that this is a big priority. We need to look the adaptive capacities of the government, national and local at that. We have to push different legal frameworks and policies, and disaster governance really has to work for us at the end of the day. So these are things that we need to be cognizant of. We need to monitor these signals, and we need to address these trends in planning and strategizing, all for a resilient health system that is. So we at the Department of Health, we envision that health resilience, you can look at it many different ways, but building it at the community level to us is very vital. We will continually pursue policies, strategies, and innovations to make health resilience a reality and also a way of life. Of course, with the help of everyone. So towards a more responsive and resilient Philippine healthcare system, are we on track? We believe the answer is yes. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Lau. The last discussant, Dr. Marisa Alejandria, will share the lessons learned that could ensure national recovery, improve overall well-being, and reduce inequality. Let's listen to Dr. Alejandria's discussion.
Can you see? Nakikita nyo? So, magandang tanghali na po to our virtual audience and to the live audience. Hirap ang vertically challenged. I hope di pa kayo gutom, have time to listen this last talk. So first, congratulations to the Central Luzon Health Research and Development Consortium for successfully organizing this momentous 15th Philippine National Health System Research Week, no, based by no other than our president. And thank you to the Department of Science and Technology, the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you and to participate, no, in this celebration of our 15th Philippine National Health Research Week. And the topic that's assigned to me is health research amidst the pandemic. What are the successes and challenges? think you'll all agree, no, with me that COVID-19 pandemic has sensitized the public and policymakers' minds on the importance of research in achieving healthy lives and economic well-being. So, in other words, buhay at kabuhayan magkaakibat, hindi magkatunggali. So, they are very much interrelated. And we have seen that research is of critical importance in our pandemic response to save lives and proceed to economic recovery. And research will continue to be a critical pillar to end this pandemic as we move to an endemic state or to a better normal. So research is iterative, and learning is a key part of the iterative research process. So our health partners here, health research partners, no, you all experience know that research does not end with one project. It's iterative. So it starts with asking the right question, the cutting edge questions, then proceeding to search, appraise, and synthesize best available evidence. Then we identify the gaps, no, based on the appraisal of the evidence, identify critical research priorities, then conduct the study, generate the evidence, then translate the results, no, into either policies or guidelines. Then the cycle repeats itself. We reassess whether that policy or that guideline is effective and craft again the next question for the next project. Now, what are our successes, no, with regards to health research during the pandemic? We now have the tools to fight the COVID-19 virus and its variant. And all these tools are products of research. We have vaccines, and we know that up-to-date vaccines are the best way to protect ourselves and others. We have masks. Well-fitting mask protects against all variants. Research has shown that adequate ventilation is protective. And we have tools, no, to detect the COVID-19, effective tools. We have RT-PCR, rapid antigen, and genomic surveillance allows us to identify the variants that are circulating. And lastly, we have evidence-based living guidelines for management of COVID-19. I'd like to highlight here, though, that important to note that genomic sequencing enabled the rapid identification of SARS-CoV-2, the virus that's responsible for COVID-19. If you remember, it started out as an acute respiratory syndrome, no, that was then called as nCoV, no, novel coronavirus, and then until such time in February that it was then termed as SARS-CoV-2 as a member of the coronavirus family. And this identification of the sequence and the sharing actually fast-tracked the development of diagnostic tests, vaccines, and treatments. So the sharing of the sequence and then the collaboration that eventually happened fast-tracked the tools that we have now. However, tools will lose its effectiveness and efficiency if it is not implemented well, if it is not made accessible to everyone. We need to ensure that no one is left behind. So when we have effective intervention, equity needs to be considered. So we need to ensure that these science-based effective interventions are available to everyone. We need to consider equity even in the design of our proposal, in the implementation, of the results of the research and in crafting policies and guidelines. So this slide here shows the factors that we need to consider in crafting our research proposals, in crafting our policies to ensure that we have uh, covered everyone, to ensure that we are able to provide access. So we need to consider those with pre-existing conditions with chronic disease. As we know, for instance, in COVID, the elderly and those with comorbids are the ones who are at risk for uh, severe disease. No? So this has to be considered in the implementation of the interventions. The place of residence, so those who are homeless are at higher risk of exposure and disease severity. Race has to be considered as well. Just to backtrack, under place of residence, those who are in geographically inaccessible areas are prone to inequity. Then we have to consider race, occupation, which occupation like healthcare workers have been at risk, very much at risk during this pandemic. Gender, religion, education, socioeconomic status, and social capital. So the mnemonic here is Progress Plus. So this is what needs to be considered. No? In doing research, we need to make sure that we consider these factors so that no one is left behind. To quote from Jeremy Farrar, the Director of Wellcome Trust, all pandemics start with in communities and with people, and that is where we must refocus our attention and demonstrate by our actions that we are not just going to do the science, but we are going to make sure that science is available to everybody. This is the spirit of equity. Next, now, this what is the challenge? No, pandemic preparedness and action is actually a long-term investment. If we are to continue to develop and deliver better tools for diagnosis, treatment, prevention, if we are to improve disease surveillance and strengthen our health systems. So we need to keep investing, and we need to invest on the right projects. These three main points are the three focal areas. No, if we are to end pandemics, or if we are even not just pandemics, to control diseases that are causing significant morbidity and mortality. It's developing and delivering better tools, improving surveillance, strengthening health. And even if we are not facing outbreaks, actually, these investments will make people healthier, save lives, and hopefully diminish the gap between the rich and the poor. It's an opportunity not just stop things from getting worse, but to make them better. So, with regards to investment, now let's look at the successes in the field of research during the pandemic. Thank PCHRD, OSD, for investing on the COVID-19 projects through this one, the Archer program is addressing and responding to health research. So since the start of the pandemic, PCHRD and the UST have been funding the COVID-19 initiative. Several projects have been funded, and from the in-house multiplex PCR Gen Amplify developed by the team of Dr. Raul Destura at the start of the pandemic, new diagnostic technologies are in the pipeline to improve our testing capacity, such as the use of isothermal COVID-19 testing technology, amplified DNA detection system, miniaturized PCR devices. Then another promising technology is the CRISPR-based diagnostics for detection of SARS-CoV-2 and TB. So it's a technology that can edit DNA and detect disease by analyzing gene sequences. Then we are also looking forward to this COVID-19 serologic test, which is cell-based immunoassay for determining antibodies. So these are projects funded by PCHRD, ours, the pipeline, promising in terms of improving our diagnostic. Then AI has also been explored in the use of in supporting interpretation of chest x-rays in the diagnosis of COVID-19. So, AI or computer-aided intelligence, no, for interpretation of x-rays. This has also been applied in, and then biosurveillance of COVID-19 is very important in monitoring the prevalence of variants in the country, including transmission patterns. On treatment, we have completed clinical trials on our indigenous plants, particularly Lagundi, Patawa extract, which provided symptom relief among patients with mild to moderate COVID-19. We also tested the efficacy and safety of O in community-based trials and hospitalized patients. These trials, particularly the trials on hospital-based, that show benefit in terms of clinically important outcomes such as symptom relief and reduction in mortality. That's benefit, while the community trials showed some benefit in which, however, is mechanistic, which is reducing inflammatory markers, particularly PRP. So there are further trials being conducted to further look at the benefits of in COVID-19. Then for convalescent plasma, contributed to the global literature, to the global systematic review, showing that convalescent plasma does not reduce mortality or does not improve outcomes, no, among hospitalized. And HRD and DOST again supported our participation in the WHO Solidarity Treatment Trial. So this is a large platform trial, multi-center, multi-country, which looked at the effectiveness of additional treatments for COVID-19 hospitalized patients. So we had 18 hospitals with representation from Visayas and Mindanao, this multi-center trial, which looked at effectiveness of antiviral drugs such as hydroxychloroquine, lopinavir, ritonavir, interferon, and remdesivir. And for it's remdesivir, which we found to be effective or helpful in preventing progression to severe disease and death if given within the first 5 days or first 7 days of illness among those who are at risk for severe disease and death. So those who are elderly and with comorbids, that's where remdesivir recommended, while we have shown conclusive evidence, no, that hydroxychloroquine, lopinavir, ritonavir, interferon are not effective for COVID-19 to this solidarity. And solidarity trial is still ongoing with a new set of drugs, immunosuppressives this time being tested, such as imatinib, infliximab, and artesunate. These immunosuppressives are meant to provide cheaper alternatives to tocilizumab and other more expensive immunosuppressives for severe and critical COVID-19 patients. Then OST also has funded epidemiologic studies on patterns, utility of biomarkers, detecting cytokines. clinical characteristics of COVID-19 in big hospitals such as the PGH, where we've looked at predictors of mortality. And then there are also studies that look at the breakthrough infections. Then there are also publications that look at, that describe how fast, faster, which is our disease surveillance system for predicting or for modeling the trends of cases. And this has helped the IATF in coming up with decisions on whether to lower or heighten our alert levels. And these two publications describes the utility of the FASTER system, which was funded by DOST, as our disease surveillance and forecasting tool. Last set of innovations or research initiatives is the country invested on biomedical devices are needed urgently during the pandemic through this CBOL program. The Surgical Innovation and Biotechnology Lab that's tested these innovations for COVID-19 and anticipate that this can also be used for diseases with similar transmission. And on the vaccine side, we also participated in the Solidarity Vaccine trial, which tested a subunit vaccine. So final analysis is ongoing on this. And then currently, the Philippine COVID-19 Vaccine Effectiveness Project is ongoing, which is a post-COVID-19 vaccination plans among Filipino adults, which it's looking at the effectiveness of the different combinations of vaccines. What's, I think, the added value of this project is it looks at the effectiveness of Sinovac in combination with mRNA, Astra, since, as you know, it was Sinovac that, or CoronaVac, that is the first vaccine that became available to our healthcare workers. So we have that data looking at the effectiveness of homologous and heterologous vaccination with Sinovac plus other platforms of vaccine. So there are actually two studies under this, the Vaccine Effectiveness Project and then the Mix and Match Project. Hopefully we can share these results soon. And then last is the Philippine COVID-19 recommendations. So to provide guidance to our healthcare providers on the management of COVID-19. So as evidence continued to evolve, we adapted the living model, developing recommendations on the management of COVID-19. Use the grade system, great quality of evidence and strength of recommendations. Multi-sectoral panels were convened to generate the recommendations, taking into consideration not just quality of evidence, but the balance of benefits and harms, values, sources required, cost effectiveness, equity, acceptability, and feasibility of the funds. So we continue to update these living guidelines, which are accessible at the PSMID website and with links to the DOH website. Having shown you the research initiatives, ongoing, completed, successful research initiatives, we need to be able to sustain the gains from these research initiatives and build on success. So we need to identify challenges and lessons. So the first challenge actually is for us researchers, providing the evidence fast. As the since this is a new pandemic, we needed tools right away. Needed to provide the evidence without sacrificing quality and methodologic rigor. And how did we do that? We have some examples. We have seen that large adaptive platform trials, such as the WHO Solidarity Trial, the Recovery Trial of Europe, and the active trials of the US NIH. These are examples of being able to provide high-quality evidence at a faster pace than single underpowered trials. So the way to go is to go for large collaborative trials than single-centered underpowered trials. I think this is one way also to hasten our evidence for our indigenous products. If we want to try repurposed drugs, herbal products as adjunctive treatment, then one way to do it at a faster pace is through large platform or adaptive trials. The second challenge is the need for enabling regulatory and ethical processes. We need to dialogue with our regulatory system, our ethical research bodies, for them to accept, to get their buy-in on innovative novel designs, such as these adaptive platform trials, using electronic data capture systems. So we need our ethics and regulatory committees to be agile and responsive as well. Because in the pandemic setting, conducting a clinical trial is a challenge, especially with COVID-19, considering that it's highly infectious. So for us to be able to successfully carry out those clinical trials, we had to use electronic data capture systems to minimize exposure and contact. So without, again, sacrificing standards, such as good clinical practice. So we still had to maintain good documentation despite the trial being conducted in a virtual platform. Okay. The third is equitable access to science-based interventions. So here, the challenge is to design implementation strategies, addressing barriers, obstacles, cultural issues, to ensure equitable access. And I think this is what we're experiencing now with vaccines. We have effective vaccines, but not everyone is getting vaccine. Our coverage is not yet that 100, have not reached our target, particularly for booster vaccines. So how can we boost our boosting coverage? How will we address vaccine hesitancy to ensure equitable access? Then fourth challenge is to integrate our surveillance systems to ensure timely detection and prevention of outbreaks, variants. I'll discuss this more later. And then last is to be able to address the infodemic of misinformation and disinformation through vigilant monitoring of fake news and effective science communication strategies. Are just some of the challenges that I've identified. You can probably add more. And to address these challenges, I propose that we should have a research preparedness plan before, during, or after the pandemic. And this research preparedness plan is meant to future-proof our research infrastructure and capacity, to defend ourselves effectively against new and deadly threats that may emerge, such as monkeypox, which has now declared as a public health emergency of international concern. So under this preparedness plan, so these are some of the items that we need to put in the plan is to be able to create and promote enabling environments for research, innovation, and learning. So this enabling environment does not just refer to the technical conduct of the research, but also being able to provide an adaptive and flexible environment to manage the administrative aspect of the research, the support services needed to carry out the research, the procurement and logistic processes inherent to our system, especially to the government system. So these are some roadblocks that can be addressed to make it easier for our researchers to focus on the technical aspect. We also need to strengthen and sustain existing research infrastructure, such as the Philippine Genome Center. We need to continue to sustain this important research infrastructure to be able to continue to monitor and improve disease surveillance. We need to expand capacity building across the country and across the whole spectrum of research, from evidence synthesis to evidence generation, from discovery to translational research. So across the country, that involves the Regional Health Consortium, Regional Health Consortia. We have to continue to conduct capacity building workshops, research methods to address future threats, pandemics, not just future threats, but even our diseases of significance that continue to cause morbidity and mortality in the country. So we need to have that capacity building. And then next is creating the hub for epidemic and pandemic intelligence. This is where we need to integrate our disease surveillance systems, both the epidemiologic and genomic surveillance system, plus our disease modeling and forecasting system, such as FASTER. So let us sustain these existing systems rather than creating new ones. Let's build on these systems. Let's review their effectiveness and then improve on any deficiencies or weaknesses that we've seen as they were implemented during the pandemic. So let's integrate for a timely detection of future outbreaks. Okay. The next again is the ethical and regulatory frameworks and processes. So we've seen how treatments, novel treatments, novel vaccines were given expanded authorization during the pandemic, and even diagnostic tests. So our local regulatory systems may need to revisit their frameworks to be agile and responsive to these new developments. As products come out, what are the parameters to provide emergency use authorization within our setting? Next is collaborative intelligence. We need to collaborate, not compete. So collaboration can be multi-sectoral, transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, so across different programs. So let's build on the collaborations that have been developed during this pandemic. Let's sustain them. So the clinical trials, the multi-country clinical trials or multi-center clinical trials, let's sustain these networks. For example, for monkeypox, there is now a core protocol that has been developed by WHO, and this core protocol can be, again, similar to Solidarity. This can be applied in our setting if we want to participate in the trial, the event that, yes, we do have these cases, but Hopefully not, then that core protocol stays there but to be used in the event that we do have. And then last, in this research preparedness plan is coming up with evidence-based public engagement and communication plans. Now, this is meant to address infodemics and also to inform and educate the public about the actions they need to take in a pandemic. So this evidence-based communication plans based on behavioral science and health social science researches. So it takes into consideration local cultural issues, context. And to support, that's how we can learn from our lessons in this, how we conduct health research, so we can come up with plans and to continue to support development and testing of tools for diagnosis and prevention. I'll just enumerate some initiatives now, such as this National Clinical Trials and Translation Center that's being planned and set up at the National Institutes of Health. So this one is meant to support multi-center trials. As I mentioned, the way to go is really to collaborate among each other. So there is power in numbers, and this Clinical Trials and Translation Center can help jumpstart this collaborative clinical trials, collaborative researches among us, not just in the NCR, but among the different health research consortia. So we'll update you more as are able to set up these clinical trials. And of course, before I go, that we also look forward to the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines, which is for discovery research, and the CDC. And I mentioned, this is FASTER, which is our disease surveillance and monitoring system for forecasting if the number of cases will go up or not. And this is very helpful during the pandemic when we were deciding whether to the alert levels. As I mentioned, we need to sustain this, strengthen this. And the Genome Center has been very, very critical in our genomic surveillance, right, monitoring the variants coming into the country. What's important is that these monitoring systems integrated with the epidemiologic surveillance system, so that we can come up with real-time analysis of the sequence. It's not just knowing what the sequence is, but we have to correlate it with the clinical data. And then we also need to be able to come up with plans on how to track virus evolution when there is less testing and sequences available already. As you know, with the Omicron, not everyone is testing anymore. So how are we going to monitor the prevalence of Omicron? So we still need to find ways to do that. And of course, we need to strengthen our laboratory networks and biobanking facilities, able to continue to do surveillance, so that we can detect outbreaks promptly and at a timely manner. So not just for COVID, but for other and the last item is strengthening our health system. So we need health systems that need our health system to be resilient. So this has been discussed earlier, against all forms of public health threats, for sustained progress towards both universal health care and health security. So we have seen how the COVID-19 pandemic has derailed our plans for universal healthcare. We have seen the collateral damage that it has done to our other disease programs. So we need to have resilient systems. We need to restore, expand, sustain access to essential health services, especially for health promotion, disease prevention, and reducing out-of-pocket spending. And one of the initiatives under the DOH, which the UP NIH is all partnering with, is the revised National Practice Guideline Program, wherein we are helping the Department of Health in capacitating health facilities to develop clinical practice guidelines, which will eventually be the source of standards of care for diseases of primary importance. So for instance, for the first year of this project, the Department of Health has identified 6 priority topics for developing clinical practice guidelines. And we are capacitating our health facilities in developing clinical practice guidelines, and through networking with higher educational institutions to come up with a consortium for evidence reviews and CPG development. And I would like to propose also to tap the Regional Health Consortium to participate in this initiative to develop clinical practice guidelines and evidence reviews for primary health care conditions that are of importance in our country. I think we can add here the Health Research Consortia aside from the higher education. What do you think will the next pandemic be like? So based on what we've experienced and the previous pandemics, most likely it will be caused by a virus of zoonotic origin. And like monkeypox now is of zoonotic origin. And it will usually emerge in 2 stages. Sporadic acquisition from animal to human, then human adaptation of the virus. And when a spillover between species occurs, then we will expect emergence of genetic adaptations and novel variants. And the drivers of our pandemics are at the human-animal environment interface and impacted by land use, change, urbanizations, social inequality, and climate change. So preparedness plans, research preparedness plans will include understanding pathogen diversity in animal reservoirs, the ecology of reservoirs and intermediate hosts, evolutionary biology of viruses in early transmission chains. So aside from disease surveillance, we also need to do targeted surveillance of pathogens in animals. And this will have to be multi-sectoral. So we have to collaborate with public health, veterinary medicine, social science, and environmental health. Likewise, funding will have to be diversified to cover discovery, and from discovery to translational research, from detection, treatment, and so I'd like to end with this quote from WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros. By embedding research at the heart of the pandemic, we can achieve 2 goals: to help end the acute phase of the current pandemic and protect us from the epidemics and pandemics. We need to future-proof our research infrastructure and capacity through research preparedness plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alejandria. And that concludes the discussions for this plenary session. Let us all give our speakers a round of applause. With what we have heard from our speakers, we will open the floor for questions. And in the interest of time, we will only accommodate 2 questions from the actual and virtual rooms. May we request the 2 in-person speakers, Drs. Lau and Alejandria, to come up on stage to answer questions from our live and virtual audience. And we have received 2 questions from our virtual participants. Allow me to read the first question. How do we ensure that the digital divide does not leave behind our fellow Filipinos in GIDA regions? And because of the nature of the question, I think the more appropriate speakers who will answer these questions are Drs. Lau and Alejandria.
Right. First, when we talk about the digital divide, we have to be mindful that, like right now, we are using 2 forms of media. So we're employing traditional media, which is, for the most part, maybe still those being used, for example, in our GDAs. But we also saw a lot of trends related to how we use what we call new media, which includes social media. So we think there should be a combination of both. And this issue, in fact, relates to a lot of issues as well, such as the quality of our internet structure, for example, our internet infrastructure, connectivity, and even energy issues at that in other areas. So this should also coupled with strategies to promote not only digital literacy, but the important health and information literacy to everyone. And as a concrete measure, the Department of Health, through our Centers for Health Development, is mapping out all of these issues, especially in the context of our GDAs. So they were tasked to map out and plan out how these different areas can be affected, looking into existing capacities, resources. So we think this should be approached in a more granular manner, looking into the different specific contexts of our region. But of course, it's imperative that national has to come up with this. And this is something that we also have to work out with other important sectors, especially those related to ICT. Of course, there are also issues about data privacy, etc. So, and this can be better addressed also in our session right after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lau. Perhaps Dr. Alejandria can add.
I agree with what Dr. Lau has said, and what I will add is just that this is a research area, no, that can be done. No? So we can conduct surveys among these GIDA areas and to guide our implementation strategy on how we are going to address this digital divide. So that the implementation strategy or the hybrid that we're going to implement to ensure that they have access to information is effective and is what they will need. So I guess we need a baseline survey in these GIDA areas.
Thank you po, Dr. Alejandria. Question number 2 from the virtual participants. What are some concrete steps being done by the Department of Health in ensuring that various electronic health information systems are interoperable?
All right, so I did a little bit of coordination, getting the right answer from the director of our Knowledge Management Information Technology Service, Dr. Eric Tayag. So the plan of the DOH is threefold. Number 1, we are currently we are setting what we call data standards, because this is the most important thing to be realized when we talk about interoperability. So data standards are being set. Secondly, come October, so we will come out with an issuance. So there will be a licensing requirement for health facilities that they have to use integrated and interoperable health systems. So this will come out very soon. And finally, the PhilHealth on its own, on its part, is creating what we call a national data repository. So this is also being done in collaboration with the Department of Health. So these are the concrete steps being done by the Department of Health through our Knowledge Management Information Technology Service. Again, this will be best tackled also maybe in the session after, because this also relates to so many issues. That's all. Thank you.
Dr. Alejandria, you may want to add po.
No.
Thank you po. And then we will entertain one more question from our in-person participants from the Grand Ballroom. Please proceed to the microphone situated at the center aisle. State your name and institution and to whom your question is addressed.
Dr. Carmencita Padilla from UP Manila. It's first, congratulations to all of the speakers. Very timely. I just want to go back to the summary slide of Dr. Isa, because I think we have to pursue that summary slide of challenges para hindi po magkalimutan. And as a matter of fact, if you go through each of the items, we have done most of that except for one, and that's why I have a question. Maybe this is also for DOH. It is on the challenge on the regulatory processes. Because if you look at what happened during the pandemic, we could not depend on outside sources for a lot of the equipment and so on. So if you don't fix that link, we will not be ready in the next pandemic. I have many questions, but I'll end there because I want to give the time for others. But is that something that's being addressed? We have somebody from FDA who can respond to that one. Sir, yung sa FDA.
Yeah, so thank you for that very interesting question. So it relates to what I mentioned to be the DOH being an anticipatory regulator. So sorry, ma'am, I cannot answer very specifically, but there are so many things, steps and measures that, of course, the Department of Health and, of course, especially our FDA has to look into just to straighten out those processes in ways that they can really be helpful in a way that's faster, more effective, looking at all considerations to make sure we do the next pandemic response better and in a faster pace, that we don't have to wait. Because in a crisis situation, any time wasted, without doing anything is not good. But of course, we go by, we have to be evidence-based, but sometimes things that we need to do are unfortunately not within our, so we have to look into that, ma'am. So that's as generic as I can get. So we have to be anticipatory regulators at that. I think we need to review existing processes and make sure we sustain the collaborations that we have. So the Department of Health, FDA, needs all the help that it can get. So we can start with the existing TWGs that we have, technical advisory groups, and those different task forces po. But if there's a way siguro po to institutionalize, by all means, the DOH will have to look into that po. Dr. Padilla.
Probably a dialogue is needed with FDA to be able to get the perspective of the researcher, and then on the regulatory end, what is inhibiting, or what can we do to make it flexible and agile to the circumstances. No? Yeah.
Thank you, our resource speakers, and thank you, Dr. Padilla, for the last question from the in-person participants. At this juncture, may I request Chancellor Carmencita Padilla and Director Julio Cesar Visica to proceed at the center stage to award our resource persons their certificates. May we also request our resource persons to present today and to those who are online to keep their cameras on and remain on the virtual floor for the awarding of certificates. Let me read the citation. In grateful recognition of our speaker's contribution to today's occasion, the Philippine National Health Research System and the Central Luzon Health Research and Development Consortium present this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Shinichi Egawa for his notable participation as resource speaker during the 15th PNHRS Week celebration with the theme Health Research Responding to Challenges Towards National Recovery and Resiliency, held on August 11 and 12, 2022 at Clark Marriott Hotel, Clark, Freeport Zone, Pampanga, given this 11th day of August in Clark, Freeport Zone, Pampanga. Signed, Dr. Jaime C. Montoya, Lead Coordinator, PNHRS, and Executive Director, PCHRD, and Dr. Julio Cesar V. Sicat, Chair, CLHRDC, and Regional Director, DOST 3. The same certificate and citation is accorded to Dr. Yui Seketani for her invaluable insights. Also accorded is Dr. Ronald P. Lau. And finally, the same citation is given to Dr. Marisa M. Alejandria. Thank you once again to our speakers. Before we officially end the program this morning, may we request everyone to please answer our evaluation form by clicking the link in the chat box or by going to the URL or scanning the QR code flashed on your screens. Only participants who have successfully submitted their accomplished evaluation forms will be given an electronic copy of their certificate of participation. Just a reminder, please make sure to input your name and email addresses correctly. The e-certificates will be sent to your emails within 10 working days after the program. If you didn't receive your e-certificate after 10 working days, please email your complete name together with the proof of successful submission of the accomplished evaluation form to dost3rdsmeeting@gmail.com. Also, please be informed that we will only accept evaluation until 5 p.m. today. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the morning's session. We hope you have gained a lot of lessons on resiliency and recovery that you can use as we face future pandemics and other natural calamities and disasters. Thank you very much and have a hearty lunch. Dear participants, lunch is served at meeting room 2. You may proceed now at meeting room 2. Plenary session will start at 2 p.m.
natin ang PCHRD sa mga tuhod na may bagong lakas ng Axis Knee System sa herbal na gamot at supplement na nagpapabuti ng kalusugan.
The Philippine Council for Health Research and Development has invested in research and innovation, in people, in infrastructure, and in support systems to create an enabling environment for health research in the country, to generate innovations and solutions to our pressing health problems.
Created in 1982 as a sectoral council of the Department of Science and Technology, the PCHRD is mandated to coordinate all health research in the country. The PCHRD has grown and expanded its services in the areas of agenda setting, research management, capacity building, research dissemination, translation and utilization, resource mobilization, and national and international collaborations. The PCHRD promotes health research ethics as the country's commitment to the protection of the rights, welfare, and well-being of human participants in research. Generated from the funded projects of the Council were important healthcare policies, products, and services. Even before the passage of the Technology Transfer Law of 2009, the Council already undertook technology commercialization, which seeded the growth of medicinal plant products in the country. Lagundi for cough and Sambona's treatment for kidney stones are now household names. With health innovations in the pipeline, the Council is, at the same time, building the capacity of research institutions and researchers to make sure that research projects are technology and industry ready. Research for evidence-informed policy making is an equally important path for our research outputs. Our supported researches contributed to the development of the expanded program on immunization, the Newborn Screening Act, the National Health Insurance Act, the Philippine National Health Research System Act, the National Integrated Cancer Control Act, and the Universal Health Care Act. To ensure that the country has a cadre of researchers who will undertake needed researches, the PCHRD provides scholarships, research fellowships, and other assistance for capacity building. What sustains a health research system is communication. With this in mind, the Council maximizes the use of traditional and new media. Partnership is employed as a strategic approach. Partnership with media, partnership with the regional consortium's communication teams, and partnership with everyone who shares the Council's vision. Decades may have passed, but the PCHRD's mandate remains the same. PCHRD, making your life better.
mission is to make lives better for the Filipino. In more than 3 decades, the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development has invested in research and innovation, in people, in infrastructure, and in support systems to create an enabling environment for health research in the country, to generate innovations and solutions to our pressing health problems.
Created in 1982 as a sectoral council of the Department of Science and Technology, the PCHRD is mandated to coordinate all health research in the country. The PCHRD has grown and expanded its services in the areas of agenda setting, research management, capacity building, research dissemination, translation, and utilization, resource mobilization, and national and international collaborations. The PCHRD promotes health research ethics as the country's commitment to the protection of the rights, welfare, and well-being of human participants in research. Generated from the funded projects of the Council were important healthcare policies, products, and services. Even before the passage of the Technology Transfer Law of 2009, the Council already undertook technology commercialization, which seeded the growth of medicinal plant products in the country. Lagundi for cough and Sambonga's treatment for kidney stones are now household names. With health innovations in the pipeline, the Council is, at the same time, building the capacity of research institutions and researchers to make sure that research projects are technology and industry ready. Research for evidence-informed policy making is an equally important path for our research outputs. Our supported researches contributed to the development of the expanded program on immunization, the Newborn Screening Act, the National Health Insurance Act, the Philippine National Health Research System Act, the National Integrated Cancer Control Act, and the Universal Health Care Act. To ensure that the country has a cadre of researchers who will
layunin ng Philippine Council for Health Research and Development. Sangay ng DOST na katuwang ng mga Pinoy researcher, dama natin ang PCHRD sa mga tuhod na may bagong lakas ng Axis Knee System, sa herbal na gamot at supplement na nagpapabuti ng kalusugan, at test kits na gawang Pinoy, kaya naging abot kaya.
Patuloy ang research, patuloy ang suporta, patuloy ang PCHRD.
Our mission is to make lives better for the Filipino. In more than 3 decades, the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development has invested in research and innovation, in people, in infrastructure, and in support systems to create an enabling environment for health research in the country, to generate innovations and solutions to our pressing health problems.
Created in 1982 as a sectoral council of the Department of Science and Technology, the PCHRD is mandated to coordinate all health research in the country. The PCHRD has grown and expanded its services in the areas of agenda setting, research management, capacity building, research dissemination, translation and utilization, resource mobilization, and national and international collaborations. The PCHRD promotes health research ethics as the country's commitment to the protection of the rights, welfare, and well-being of human participants in research. Generated from the funded projects of the Council were important healthcare policies, products, and services. Even before the passage of the Technology Transfer Law of 2009, the Council already undertook technology commercialization, which seeded the growth of medicinal plant products in the country. Lagundi for cough and Sambona's treatment for kidney stones are now household names. With health innovations in the pipeline, the Council is, at the same time, building the capacity of research institutions and researchers to make sure that research projects are technology and industry ready. Research for evidence-informed policy making is an equally important path for our research outputs. Our supported researches contributed to the development of the expanded program on immunization, the Newborn Screening Act, the National Health Insurance Act, the Philippine National Health Research System Act, the National Integrated Cancer Control Act, and the Universal Healthcare Act. To ensure that the country has a cadre of researchers who will undertake needed researches, the PCHRD provides scholarships, research fellowships, and other assistance for capacity building. What sustains a health research system is communication. With this in mind, the Council maximizes the use of traditional and new media. Partnership is employed as a strategic approach. Partnership with media. Partnership with the regional consortium's communication teams, and partnership with everyone who shares the Council's vision. Decades may have passed, but the PCHRD's mandate remains the same. PCHRD, making your life better.
very first time, in March 2023, the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, PCHRD, will recognize outstanding individuals and institutions who became part of its journey in making Filipino lives better through health research and development. In the biggest health research event, the PCHRD Heart Awards, Outstanding Technical Evaluator Award recognizes the outstanding and invaluable contribution of technical evaluators in providing technical and expert advice and recommendations needed by the PCHRD during appraisal of proposals until the closing of projects. Outstanding Technical Working Group. This award is given to an assembly of experts who strongly work together in developing procedures and other significant activities necessary for the research program area to meet a specific objective. Outstanding Technical Advisory Group. This award is given to the Technical Advisory Group who provided invaluable contributions in effectively guiding the Council in accomplishing the objectives and deliverables of its various programs towards the achievement of its vision. Outstanding Health Research and Development Consortium Award. This award is given to the Outstanding Regional Health Research and Development Consortium in recognition of its remarkable commitment, efforts, and accomplishments in transforming the regional health research community through health R&D. Consistent coverage of Palakayang Heartbeat. The award will recognize media partners who constantly participate in the Council's press conferences and are able to publish news releases and other publications about PCHRD. Outstanding Communicator in Health Research. The award will recognize media partners who helped us bridge the gap, making PCHRD-related health research information and technical details relatable to the general public. Media Institution of the Year. The award will be given to the media institution who featured the most number of publications, news releases, interviews, and videos combined related to PCHRD and its supported projects and initiatives. The winners will be awarded this trophy, designed by the famous sculptor, Mr. Juan Sajid Imao. The trophy symbolizes the continuing commitment and the collective effort to address healthcare burdens and promote better health for the Filipino people. It shows how solidarity and cooperation in health research can help achieve our mission of making lives better. A symbol of Filipinos, uplifting Filipinos.
Over the years, the medical community has come to realize that improvement in healthcare could not be possible with only patient management and clinical care. By bridging the gap between healthcare practices and new developments in research, progress in the country is imminent. It is with this purpose that the sole and pioneering MD-PhD in Molecular Medicine program was birthed.
The program aims to improve the Philippine healthcare standard through research by producing a hybrid class of doctors, the physician scientists. It is envisioned that the medical doctor with a strong background in basic and clinical research is a more effective professional who can keep up and also contribute to the progress of the different fields of medicine.
The UP Board of Regents approved the program in 1999, and through partnership with the Department of Science and Technology and the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, the first batch of DOST MD-PhD scholars was welcomed in 2010. DOST PCHRD offers full scholarship to the students through their 8-year program, which is composed of 5-year medicine courses and 3 years of PhD units.
The program envisions to produce graduates who will spearhead basic and biomedical researches, generating innovative ideas in the different fields with relevant impact on national development.
Admission to the program is done by selecting from the pool of qualifiers to the UP College of Medicine. Candidates for interview are evaluated with the following criteria: graduates from a biomedical field, preferably in biochemistry, molecular biology, or biotechnology, with a general weighted average of at least 1.75, and students with high aptitude and motivation for advanced study in molecular medicine and related areas in the health sciences.
The MD-PhD Molecular Medicine curriculum trains students in the field of biochemistry and molecular biology, medical microbiology, and medical parasitology. Said fields comprise the core courses, which also include epidemiology and biostatistics. These PhD courses are taken in the first year of the program. To have a holistic training in molecular medicine, theory is complemented by laboratory courses and by research electives that are taken with the medical courses.
Since its implementation in 2010, the students and graduates have continuously worked on several research endeavors. By 2021, the college has accumulated a total of 131 local and international publications. Basic and clinical researches produced by both students and graduates have been awarded in both local and international conferences. Even in the midst of the pandemic, the MD-PhD members, with funding from DOST PCHRD, remained steadfast in taking part in numerous research activities. Research on therapeutic options against COVID-19, such as tocilizumab, VCO, and convalescent plasma, immune and genetic markers for prognostication, cell-based immunoassay for diagnosis, and efforts looking at the preparedness of the healthcare and education sectors during the COVID-19 pandemic. To cultivate the spirit of camaraderie, social functions and team meetings are held to open up talks among students and the committee. This helps in improving the curriculum while strengthening bonds amongst different stakeholders of the program. Through the years, the UP College of Medicine works relentlessly with DOST PCHRD to prepare the future physician scientists by updating skills and knowledge through research electives, conferences, trainings and workshops within and outside of the country. To inculcate critical thinking early on, first-year students perform individual biomedical researches using different approaches and technologies. During their dissertation, MD-PhD candidates can work in laboratories within the country or partner with different institutions abroad through the MD-PhD Sandwich Program.
My dissertation project is about the effect of a certain plant against psoriasis. And its implication is, of course, if it is proven to be effective, it will surely help people with psoriasis and patients with skin diseases to alleviate their skin problems.
So for my dissertation, I developed an organ on a chip that mimics female reproductive tract during pregnancy. So I use it as a model to study ascending infections affecting pregnant patients.
MD-PhD program helped me to think outside the box, and it helped me to think more about whys and hows.
This program helped me understand medicine from the molecular up to the patient and even up to the population level. It also gave me the opportunity to help my patients not just by direct patient care, but also by doing health research that generate data and evidence that can be used to improve clinical practice and even policies. And I guess during this pandemic, we saw the importance of this skill that we have as physician scientists because we can use molecular health research as a tool to fight this pandemic.
The MD-PhD program provided me with lifelong mentors who helped me from my training until now in my professional life.
I trained in a university where every clinical department has an MD-PhD or a PhD faculty. And to me, that is very strategic because clinicians can work hand in hand with scientists in tackling health research questions and answering clinical dilemmas. I was also encouraged by how easy it is to collaborate with professors from other departments. And I also want to have that collaborative and vibrant research environment here in the Philippines, where health research is not monopolized by clinicians, but rather an interdisciplinary collaborations between biomedical scientists, engineers, and even social scientists.
The training abroad exposed me to the advances in science outside the country, and it gave me a vision of how the Philippines can still grow in the area of biomedical research.
To sustain this effort, programs such as the Multi-Omics Research Program for Health, or MORPH, and Phil Diamond were set up with support from DOST. These provide avenues for students and graduates to conduct studies related to the biomedical field. Graduates of the program have shown excellence in different fields such as the academe, clinical residency, or research, especially through the Career Incentive Program of DOST. United by passion, commitment, and dedication to uplift Filipino lives one research at a time. This is the MD-PhD in Molecular Medicine program.
Good afternoon. May we request everyone to please settle down as we begin the plenary session.
For the very first time in March 2023, the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, PCHRD, will recognize outstanding individuals and institutions.
Once again, may we request everyone to please settle down as we begin the plenary session.
resiliency and national recovery. The Build Back Better approach was first coined in relation to disaster risk management. National recovery means going beyond economies and livelihood, thus requiring a systems perspective to transformation. As the pandemic gradually abates in our local context, the direction of national recovery should not be a return to business as usual, but to shift toward more resilient Philippines. Welcome to the session on Build Back Better for National Recovery and Resilience.
For this plenary session, the second sub-theme is entitled Build Back Better for National Recovery and Resiliency, Part 1. And to moderate our discussions, let us welcome the Research Director of the Holy Angel University, Dr. Elmer D. Bondoc.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope everyone had their very sumptuous lunch. So at this early, we would like to thank the men and women at the kitchen for preparing that very endearing lunch for everybody. For all of us working individuals, I know very well that this hour is quite critical for all of us. This is the time in the day that we are all trying to struggle in juggling our neurostimulants up to keep us very keen and productive throughout the rest of the day. So with this afternoon, I would like to engage everybody to keep that struggle awake so as to appreciate more deeply what is in store for us this afternoon in our second plenary session. But before we start, I would like to inform everybody that the voting for our visual posters is still open until 5 p.m. this afternoon. So cast your votes and let the deserving winners get the most prize gold award for this poster exhibit. Sustainability and resilience are critical for national recovery. The Build Back Better, or the BBB approach, is a holistic concept using post-disaster reconstruction and recovery as an opportunity to improve a community's physical, social, environmental, and economic conditions to create a more resilient community in an effective and efficient way. To further expound on the theme, Build Back Better for National Recovery and Resilience, here with us this afternoon are experts when it comes to preparedness and risk management. Allow me to introduce to you the resource speakers for this session. Our first speaker is the Chief of Preparedness Division of the Department of Emergency Management Bureau of the Philippine Department of Health, which is responsible for policies, plans, capacity building, advocacy, and research activities on health emergency and disaster risk management at the national level. He is instrumental in the development of the disaster risk reduction and management health policies, especially as part of the universal health care. He also played a major role in the response to major emergencies and disasters that have affected the Philippines, including COVID-19 no less. Aside from this, he is a professor of public health in prestigious universities and medical centers locally and internationally, particularly at the United States at the University of Washington. Additionally, he is a fellow in health emergencies and disaster in Australia as Australia's Leadership Fellow, United Kingdom, the US as a Fulbright Scholar, and most recently in Italy as Rockefeller Fellow. His research focus says on health security, climate change, and different impacts of emergencies and disasters to health systems and interventions needed to address these challenges at the strategic and operational levels. An author of articles, book chapters, commentaries in relation to his field. Finally, a member of the World Health Organization Thematic Platform for Health Emergency and Disaster Risk Management and PCHRD Technical Working Group on Health Emergencies and Disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Ronald P. Lau. Our second speaker currently leads the Program Management and Capacity Development Division of the Health Promotion Bureau and co-leads the Task Group Demand Generation and Communications for COVID-19 vaccines. Before joining the Department of Health, he served 4 years in Northern Samar and was Chief of Hospital at Dr. Gregorio Bitan Memorial Hospital. He completed his MD and MBA from Ateneo School of Medicine and Public Health and is part of the inaugural cohort of the Obama Foundation's Leaders for Asia Pacific in 2019. I am pleased to introduce to you Dr. Alfonso Miguel Regala. Before we proceed with the discussions, may we request our participants to reserve their questions during the open forum later after the discussions. For our participants in Zoom, you may type your questions in our Q&A tab, and for those who are tuned in via our Facebook Live, you may utilize the comment section for that function. Kindly indicate your name, affiliation, and to whom the question is addressed. The Philippine health system faced a combined challenge of responding to the pandemic and maintaining critical healthcare provision with limited resources. To discuss innovative approaches and/or technologies that contribute to rebuilding a more responsive and resilient health system, Dr. Ronald P. Lau prepared a presentation, Leveraging Innovation and Technologies in Health Service Delivery During COVID-19 for Resilient Health Systems. Once again, we give Dr. Lau a big warm round of applause.
Hello, how are you? Okay, so I'm back here again at the podium to discuss this. This is really my original topic, but again, it gives me great pleasure to discuss this. If not the most interesting, I think this you have to find very relevant. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the important topic of how to leverage innovations and technology in health service delivery during COVID-19 for resilient health systems. So what I'm going to do is practically do a synthesis of practices and evidence. This ranges from the practical to what we call state-of-the-art, or even high technology, and things that we saw not only in the Philippines, but also in other countries, pertaining to innovation and technology in health service delivery during COVID-19. So what's the outcome that I am interested to achieve? Hopefully I can nudge, influence, persuade researchers like you, which forms our PNHRS system, of course policymakers in us, and decision makers, because we have to do the right steps. Of course, we have to move forward, but we have to be doing the right steps to ultimately contribute to building resilient health systems by smart use of these systems and technology. So let me begin. All right, so these are the things that I will cover. So to me, these are big questions that need to be answered as far as innovation and technology is concerned. I hope to influence you into thinking about how powerful and transformative innovation and technology is. So with this question, we need to answer, why are innovations and technologies important during a crisis? And how do this contribute to building health resilience? So next, I also hope to distill the good examples of innovation and technology, the use of them out of our environmental scanning. So I'd like to say that I did some research just to make sure this is kind of exhaustive. But again, this is not as exhaustive maybe as you expect, but I hope this will be okay. But finally, yeah, we also need to analyze some issues, barriers, and opportunities so we can move forward. And while we're doing this, we need to agree on basic things, no? So what do we do to seize the biggest opportunity being presented to us by this pandemic? That is the idea of being able to use science and technology, research and innovation to future-proof our health system. So I'll try to cover these aspects. So, all right, we are all guilty that we have always associated, di ba, the pandemic with negative stuff. Thinking of deaths, diseases, illnesses, economic collapse, governance failures, humanitarian crisis, etc. But actually, one good idea that was put out, in fact, is that there is some good thing that also came out of the pandemic. And you know what that is? There's a saying that necessity is the mother of invention, right? So that in response to the unprecedented problem that is the COVID-19 pandemic, we were able to we cook up, and worth noting, we were able to use several innovations in responding to COVID-19. And in fact, they work. So do you accept that fact? So we use these innovations and they work. So therefore, by all means, they need to be sustained. And also, this should be adopted as we endeavor to improve our healthcare delivery system, even after the pandemic. I hope you all agree with me on that. Do you? So why are innovations and technologies important to talk about during a crisis, when we're very busy responding to the disaster? And how do these contribute to building health resilience? So first, of course, it's an imperative that health services must continue. We have no choice. Second, crisis response also brings out opportunities to improve service delivery. So this should be something that we need to realize. Thirdly, innovations and technologies can drive health resilience and strengthen the health system. So this is our premise here for this topic. However, we must do these things in a way that's strategic, diba? So we need to put in place the system to be able to have a roadmap of sorts, to be able to adopt, design, use, and sustain these kinds of innovation. So these are reasons why we need to be very strategic about our approach in using, leveraging health innovation and technology for a more resilient health system. I know it's an unholy hour, that's why I prepared for this. And just to tickle your brains and wake you up, I myself is turning a little sleepy. May I just ask you, because this is a live presentation, but this has some evidence to it, may I ask you, what do you think is the most innovative sector during the COVID-19 pandemic? All right? I haven't given you any options yet, right? So let me finish first. So we will have a live game. And in fact, I prepared some prizes. Actual prizes here that I'm going to give to you right away, no? To those who can answer this question. So those who want to participate, please come here in front. Siguro dun sa red carpet. Let's have another purpose for the red carpet. So for those who want to participate, please come. So I'll give you 4 different options. And prizes will go to those who will answer it right. So are you ready? So I think I have enough prizes here. Yeah. So if you're not interested, I can give this to our virtual participants. Anyway, can we have some brave souls who will participate? Sige na, this is a live. So interaction should be a component of this activity, right? Otherwise, let's just do virtual entirely. Okay? So who wants to participate? Or, sige. Okay. O, sige. Are you ready? All right. So again, what is the most innovative sector during the COVID-19 pandemic? At least by way of the research that came out, no? So, media and entertainment. Who was not into Netflix during the pandemic? My God. Who doesn't know about Netflix and all of these Korean flicks, etc. Media and entertainment, that's A. Who is not into Grab delivery? So, food and beverage. It looks correct. C, health and fitness. Yes. Without much thinking, this is your answer, right? Yes. But on second thought, it can also be the other options, right? But there can only be one correct answer. And finally, retail therapy, which is D. All right? So which is the correct answer? B? Dog? Are you sure? Sayang naman yung prices ko. Is it boy? A. Yeah. At least you're thinking. But unfortunately, you got it wrong. Yeah. Because although it's very close, okay. So this may be straightforward, no? So there's a good reason to know. We have to know what's the most innovative sector during the pandemic. But we ourselves, we have to acknowledge the fact that we contributed to these innovations, right? We use so many of this. Not surprisingly, because of the need to do health services during COVID, we mostly innovated around health and fitness, 14%. So that's the correct answer, no? Most So all were very innovative, but 14% went to health and fitness. So now I have a problem, how to dispose of my prices. Anyway, I was very successful in making you think a little bit. But health and fitness, it was followed closely by the next sectors. The next sectors can easily be explained as well. Media and entertainment, to keep us sane, di ba? Food and beverage, to keep us full and satisfied. Information technology, because we need to have access, di ba, to information outside the walls of our quarantined homes or even hospitals. All of us had to experience that. So information is king. We need to get access to it by all means necessary. And of course, who did not indulge in retail therapy? Whether it's a need or want, we have to get it. Lazada, Shopee, whatever. So all of this were important because these things made us physiologically and psychologically satisfied. It made us healthy and happy, diba? So what's a problem with that? And we expect, so look at this sector. So we expect that these sectors will continually deliver these services. So we realized during the pandemic, these are our fundamental human needs, diba? So our consumer patterns have already been altered, diba? We are now falling prey to these kinds of services. And this will be for good, no? So can you imagine yourself going back to your lifestyle before the pandemic? So it's a little difficult. So we have to take note that this made us thrive in the new normal, no? So we have to live with this, but we need to be able to adapt to the product services offered to us by these sectors, diba? So our fundamental human needs now are somehow different already, have been altered to a great extent by the pandemic that happened, all right? So I hope this is interesting. So you can look deeper into this when you go to this article. All right, so furthermore, we have to know which kinds of innovations were deployed or were at play because we need to capitalize this in the health sector. All right, so repurposing is a big word. So repurposing is what? You do something, you do something na old, but you convert it to something new. Of medical equipment and PPEs. For example, many companies converted to producing PPEs, di ba? Kasi that was a need because we face a severe shortage of that globally, right? PPEs, And this taught us some lessons in managing supply issues, no? And even how to reduce environmental impacts. So what do you do with face masks that's littered in the environment? So what do we do with that to reduce environmental impact? So repurposing is a big trend that happened. Also, digital innovations have shown us better. All of us should have found out about the need to do digital innovation in our surveillance, di ba? Contact tracing, isolation, and even treatment through apps in our smartphones. So this is a collective experience, no? How about curing cabin fever? So this is taking care of yourself while you're under quarantine. So it revolved around what I said to be fundamental human needs. We need to be taken care of. So food, grocery, shopping should come easy to us, no, via this technology. Online platforms became very important for staying in touch with one another. We use this a lot. Training and education, and even finding a local institution to support. Support your local became a fad, di ba? So suddenly, you became interested in what your community could offer. There are things that you can directly get from your community in terms of vegetables, whatever supplies, clothing, whatever. And this we saw a lot, acts of solidarity. So this is not surprising because solidarity is always an important act. This is a big help, no? So donations from friends and enemies alike, no? Transcending geopolitical issues. So we saw a lot of global solidarity, no? So everyone was intent on helping one another. So pro bono, so many services were given for free, di ba? So there were things na, sana kung nabayaran ako dito, I would have been extra richer. But many things were done for free, just to be able to help. So that concept of altruism is so much there. And of course, the hero's narrative. The hero's narrative have become an important narrative, wherein health workers should be treated as real heroes. So we cannot overemphasize that. So that's a big buzzword now. So even the president was saying a lot about us being like that. So that was a trend. And what else? Self-sufficiency made us realize that what used to be complicated or complex can in fact be something that we can learn. We can learn how to bake a cake, how to take care of a plant. So everything was do it yourself. Just Google it up and you will find the right answer. And that was also true for health. So that doctors in the future, especially in the presence of robots, they may be endangered if not extinct, no? Because people will have options already in terms of taking health in their own hands, no? So that's unprecedented. So everyone now is thinking of taking care of themselves, treating themselves, because that was the setup when we were all under lockdown, right? So we had to take care of ourselves, of our own family members. So self-sufficiency was a key trend. So I mentioned this because all of these are supportive of health outcomes. So they should give us ideas on how to improve better our service delivery. And this should tell us what policies are we going to make, what programs ang kailangan pa natin i-conceptualize, and what services to offer. All right? So if other sectors were innovative, the health sector should be more innovative than them. So next. So according to another study, for the World Economic Forum done by the Boston Consulting Group, these are strategies that were enabled by innovations and technology, no? So isa-isahin natin, no? So detection and containment. So there were many technologies that were developed around this need to detect and contain. in the implementation of our NPIs, our non-pharmaceutical interventions, these were put to good use. So if I may start, mobile contact tracing apps, social distancing tools. These were heavily used by Korea, Japan, and most other Asian countries. Immunity passports, so for detection and containment. Information management, so we need to share and at the same time safeguard also the information. We have to promote facts. And during the pandemic, who did not use maps? So maps were very useful in charting the spread of the COVID-19 and different screening tools and even ways of managing messages. So many technologies really supported information management. No? So in our Health Promotion Bureau, I think can validate this as well. So next is healthcare provider enablement. So these are tools, technologies, and solutions that help us manage cases and the way we manage our resources, resource mobilization. So I'm talking about artificial intelligence, using chatbots, even remote diagnosis. There's one example that just relies on CT imaging or even chest X-ray to make a diagnosis of COVID-19. No? Treatment acceleration. All of us would know how important drug and vaccine discovery were. But they were made possible because of what? Big data, genomic sequencing, and researchers were able to use open data sets without restriction. Suddenly, researchers had open access to articles. One of the best things about the pandemic was that it was easier to do research because things are now free, open access, and now in a way that's more organized for us, easier access. So that's also unprecedented. And in terms of social cohesion, this is important in our recovery efforts. There needs to be communication and cohesion among different individuals and networks. So globally, I don't know if you have been following trends, so there were a lot of hackathons that were done, putting together think tanks, intelligent people, scientists, just to put out solutions for COVID-19. Crowdsourcing was a fad, and there were different platforms for connecting communities. So this is also an example of social cohesion, even among researchers like us. So this made science and technology very much unprecedented. And we cannot talk about recovery if we don't talk about economic resilience. How about local and global commerce? E-commerce now is becoming a reality. Now you can do digital payments now, di ba? GCash, PayMaya, and whatever. So these are enabling our small, medium enterprises to be more competitive, right? So businesses also relied a lot on prediction modeling from all the different big data softwares there, business continuity solutions. So we need all of this in our economic resilience agenda. And talk about supply chain management. No? So suddenly these tools became very available. And even if you go abroad, tourism, there are some technologies that will enable you to do that, immunity passports, so that other countries will allow you entry. So things like that, just using QR code and all this data that are important right now. Of course, aside from your vaccine cards. And then, of course, we cannot talk about digital health without mentioning about cybersecurity. So this is a big issue now. So how will organizations, companies, networks will be protected against the risk of cybercrime? So there must be solutions to protect us from all of this. And we also need to do a lot of education on the part of users. So one more thing, as to the most common use cases naman, so as I've said, most are for detection and containment. So this is easy to guess, followed by healthcare provider enablement, economic resilience, information management. So again, this is an interesting fact, no? As to the share of use cases, meaning to say, What countries use this technology? Again, let's not be surprised. So globally, there was a wide use of these technologies. So it was closely followed by North America because they have all the technology there is. And notably, Asia came close to it. Europe just followed closely. In this country, this is also true. So most innovations that we did centered on detection and containment. Notably what? Surveillance and contact tracing. And the Philippines is what? The Filipinos are the top social media and internet users. Do you know that? So Filipinos spend on the average 4 hours a day navigating social media. But the next big question is, what did Filipinos do when they were hooked on social media? 4 hours, imagine. And even though our internet connection is so slow, in Asia, we have the highest internet usage among the different countries. Imagine that. So that also comprised some form of an opportunity. But some infrastructure improvements may need to be done. No? So are you into wearable sensors, your Fitbit, your Apple Watch, or whatever brand? So wearable sensors, do you have this? So this can track your steps, your caloric intake, as I said, even your oxygen saturation. Kaya ba talaga? Blood pressure. It can even tell you to move just because you have been so sedentary for like 2 hours. Like if you have a watch now, that should alert you that you need to move, stand up. All right? So what else? Use of telcos. So globally, we saw a lot of telecommunication companies being able to spread the message across when you talk about public messaging. So this was put to good use in India because it's a very big country like us. And of course, we have so many experiences on this. Use of genomic data to be able to study risk factors, prognosis, no? To artificial intelligence-enabled diagnosis of COVID through X-ray. So now this technology can help distinguish. So what X-ray really looks like COVID-19, that is not really pneumonia, that is not tuberculosis. And this AI, there are a lot of articles on this. So put to good use in America and in Europe. How about electronic retail of goods and services? So these are the top. So the technology uptake, we'd like to say, during the pandemic is really unprecedented, no? So now I begin our trend spotting. So what innovations and technologies did we really see? So these are trends, data. We saw a lot of apps, even drones, robots, smartphones, smartwatches, and apps. So tele-everything, telecommuting, telework, tele-education. No? So this was applied also to health, medicine, and of course, as I said, who doesn't like Netflix? So all of these were innovations. No? But these were made possible, so we need to look at this set of technologies and brace ourselves for development related along this line. So thanks to big data. So data now from many sources. So this should be put to good use in our epidemiology and surveillance systems. Because data now can come from different sources. No? There are traditional data. Those are those things that are part of the database of the government. Although wala pa tayong fully mature na data national ID system, but that's in the works. Data that can be mined from social media. Data that can be mined just because you are a consumer or customer or because you sign up to something. So remember, when you sign up to something, you give your data to it. So all of these are very powerful. Can be used for good or for bad. But definitely, this can give us insights that can be used for making complex decisions. Next in the list, again, another big word, artificial intelligence. And that is always related to machine learning. So now, through algorithms designed by humans, robots, devices, apps, this can make us people make complex decisions in the snap of a finger with the click of your mouse. So many things can be done, no, with these algorithms. And because of IoT, IoT stands for Internet of Things. Everything now is available everywhere from many sources. So if you hook up your watch to the cloud, and we do a lot of internet browsing, so all of this can go to the cloud and be informed part of what we call the Internet of Things. So this is a big game changer. It's being put to good use now. How about digital health? So mobile health is widely available with many health apps and devices. So how many of these do you have in your smartphones? Telemedicine is a game changer now. And the potential of this should really be harnessed now. We have started this before the pandemic, but it is plain lazy for us not to do something about this now as we speak. Telework. Before, the idea was that you had to be in the office to do your work, but now it has been made possible. Telework can now be done. Your work can now be done outside your office. And now this is becoming the norm as part of our flexi-work arrangement. Even the civil service, diba, came out with guidelines on this. So this is very much possible, something that you should think about in the policies that you have in your organization, just to be able to ensure, you know, what we often call work-life balance. No? Work-life balance now is very possible. Virtual education, who did not attend webinars? We had a lot of certificates now from well-known universities abroad, mostly for free. Most came with CPD units, no? And this can be done in our own time, in our own place. And this allowed us to be a little learned, no? Although virtually. But this has been very important for scientists, researchers like us, and service providers, no? So ladies and gentlemen, I think we should be grateful for innovation and technology during the pandemic. So it's amazing to think that all these possibilities emerged during a crisis. So this is something that we need to celebrate, and this is a big entry point for innovation. So in the next few slides, I will just highlight what I believe to be very good examples of these innovations during the pandemic. So I haven't started yet, but this may not be exhaustive, but so we start with creative campaigns on the use of non-pharmaceutical interventions, diba? So we use smart risk communication messages. I think we have to give Department of Health some round of applause for this, no? So the Department of Health, in fact, has won many awards on this. So we use social media a lot. We even tap celebrities, so even with our current Pinas Lakas campaign. So I think this has helped us a lot. How about we did some modifications on our alert level system. Of course, no one wants to go back to the time of enhanced community quarantine, you know, the big lockdowns that really crippled the economy. So now we came up with alert level systems to educate people on different risk levels in a way that will influence their behavior. So with this system, we're basically telling people that it's now safe for you to go out, but when you go out, you do this and do that. So a lot of those nudges, a lot of those interventions were part of the messaging. And we also did granular lockdowns. So before, granular lockdowns were just simple theories, but we saw how it worked, no? So the idea of doing targeted quarantine and isolation to mitigate severe economic risks as a result of massive lockdown. So we hope this current alert level system, that's why it was not changed drastically, this will still be put to good use. Putting out of modular hospitals, just to accommodate increasing cases when hospitals became congested, when they became overwhelmed. And we also had innovations. So some of us partnered with hotels. We also repurposed some of our facilities, some sports centers, common public spaces, establishments. were converted into quarantine facilities as well. So a lot of private sector support came in because of this. And even DPWH, many agencies of the government also help a lot. How about the idea of being able to mobilize our local health workers as a force multiplier? So we tap them as volunteers in the fight against COVID-19 because there was a lot of problem about depleted human resources. So these people, these teams in the local government units came to the rescue. So they did a lot of things, from screening, contact tracing, facilitating quarantine and isolation, even bringing door-to-door health services to their houses, just because nobody wanted to go out because they're scared of getting COVID, right? So many LGUs have seen so many innovations, these door-to-door approaches. So we had a lot of testimonies about health heroes coming to the rescue when they were badly needed. No? So I think this is transformative. So we have to take this into account. And what can I say? So rapid pace of discovery of vaccines and medicines. And of course, we cannot overemphasize how grateful we are that right here in the country, we were able to locally develop our own local RT-PCR detection kits. Again, repurposing is the name of the game. So these detection kits were initially intended for what? Dengue. But now we were able to use it for COVID. So of course, these are less expensive. And we had the different COVID treatment trials. We had some experiences on emergency use authorization, health technology assessment. So the question this morning is very relevant to take into account. So all of this to deploy effective and safe health products in a crisis. So we started with something good, but we must not stop there. Okay? So we just have to be grateful that these things happened. So these are things that were outside the usual processes that we have in the government. But people came into the rescue because we need to be more agile and responsive and flexible. Because as no less than the President said, science was evolving a lot. There were times when complex decisions had to be made, but these processes were somehow facilitated. And how about vaccination innovations? So South Korea started with this, even Japan. But the Philippines, in no time, was able to do this as well. Drive-through vaccinations, swab cabs for testing, vaccinations being done in many public places, in the malls, pharmacies, even the MRT, and even bus stations. So we also devised a system to refer patients to facilities, what we call the One Hospital Command Center, which we plan to institutionalize now as part of our universal healthcare into a national patient navigation network. So this OHCC is also, in fact, using technology and apps. So they are using analytics for real-time response, and this has been proved very useful during the surges of COVID that we had. And by the way, this also has some telemed capability. So we have to upgrade the capability of this center. So again, this came about during the pandemic. But the idea was not something new, no? So we just have to take it forward. Again, the OST should be lauded for its efforts, no, to develop local adjuvant or support therapy for COVID-19, no? Virgin coconut oil, lagundi, at least for yung mga mild COVID AB, tawa-tawa, and even groundbreaking COVID trials which we're a part of. So the Philippines participates to the Solidarity Trial. So that is something that we have to be proud of then, no? And what else? Yeah, contact tracing apps to determine exposure and facilitate prompt isolation, quarantine and treatment. So remember, stay safe. So this is something that the government prescribed, but different LGUs came up with their own, but that's another story, you know. There's the We Trace in Quezon City, there's the Tanod contra COVID, and to the popular one in Baguio, which is actually based on criminal investigation features. Diba? So, these contact tracing apps were put to good use talaga, no? How about 3D printing of face shields? Back in the days when face shields were required. So many provided support companies, so they repurpose, their channel, their production into PPEs. And the idea of supporting local economy should really something that the government needs to support in the context of economic resilience. And as I've said, we have been using a lot of new media, social media. So you can see now government agencies, especially DOH, and even your LGUs, they're now disseminating COVID information using what? FB, they're even doing live broadcasts about updates and all. And of course, telemedicine apps. Although some were some are may bayad yung iba, but these were, again, enabled by digital payment systems, no? So telemedicine apps. So for those who can subscribe and pay. And what else? So next. So let's not forget that there was a big global solidarity, diba? So the nations came in from countries for vaccination and even for medicines, no? So this, I think, is a great showcase of solidarity. And it even transcends geopolitical issues, no? So let's not go so much into that. But the world was very good in meeting the needs of people in low middle income countries like the Philippines, no? Through donations, no? And I don't know if you were able to use chatbots using artificial intelligence. Kira, at UP, we have the Yani, no? So they can address your queries just about anything about COVID-19. This uses artificial intelligence. So frequently asked questions, anything. And development of low cost. So because before we need to monitor a lot using thermal scanners, so the government supported a lot of these low-cost technologies for temperature monitoring, and even the manufacturing, I think, of local ventilators. So when we were facing the surges, if you remember that. And talking about monitoring our lockdowns. So we use satellite data to monitor areas under quarantine. Whether people are going out, whether they're following the minimum public health standards, etc., and even the curfew monitorings and all those things that should not be done during that phase. And digital COVID credentials to provide immunity. So because of this, you can go abroad, just show this to them. So you have your yellow Bureau of Quarantine cards. So I myself was able to travel to Europe just presenting these kinds of things. Just make sure they can read your QR code. And that's it. So digital COVID credentials, I think, are very important. And much of these things also needs to be harmonized as you go from country to country. And we need to boost tourism in our recovery efforts. So I think travel passes, travel management systems, S-Pass, whatever pass. When you go to Baguio, they have their own Visita Pass. So this facilitates safe travel and entry to different places. Therefore, very important in our tourism efforts as well. So when we face another surge, this will be very important again. So we will be using most of this in the... So what else? So up to now, I cannot memorize what this stands for, but the FASTER. So this is a big thing. So it's a disease surveillance and modeling platform. Again, this is repurposing. So initially designed for dengue, measles, and typhoid. We use this to a large extent for COVID. This can produce statistical reports, forecasting tools, and the important scenario-based projections, which are the basis of decision-making of our IATF, of the DOH, right? So all of these models, analysis, and even healthcare utilization. And this also has some indicators on social, economic, and even security. So again, this is a very commendable effort, no, supported by our government. And as I've said, One Health Pass. So if you're traveling from another country, kababayan, so this can facilitate their inbound travel, making their way through airports to the final destination. No? But we just have to make this easier to accomplish. No? So, but this is something. Home monitoring solutions for chronic diseases. No? So I guess the RX box, no, will help us on this regard. So now people in their houses, for as long as they have this, when they're hooked to this, their vitals can be transmitted somewhere. So pretty much for basic care, this can be taken care of. Not unless, of course, specialist care is needed. But pretty much, we should be able to manage chronic diseases when we're able to track very well the health status of patients, just because they're hooked to these different home monitoring solutions. So Japan uses a lot of this. They have lots of chronic diseases. And in the DOH, I think it's worth mentioning that we launched our DOH Academy. So this became a place for e-learning during the pandemic. And now, it's hard to imagine meetings without using Zoom. Zoom fatigue is real, however. Now we use Viber for coordination. So who doesn't have Viber? So if you don't have Viber now, you will be out of touch. So many things now are being coordinated through Viber and other products. And even medical schools in education. So medical schools and universities had to do blended learning, hybrid. They had to use technology. But of course, some kinds of learning cannot be matched by face-to-face, no? But definitely, these were very useful. Repurposing of PPEs. PPEs are a big waste. So how to reduce environmental impact? So now technologies are available. So now PPEs can be used as construction material, no, for pavements, etc. So we have to see some of these technologies also that also affect our other health outcomes, at least with regard to the environment. And in our vaccine monitoring, the Department of Health uses a vaccine monitoring dashboard. So this is powered by Microsoft. No, I'm not selling it, but it's a Microsoft system that helps visualize and plan. So this is very important. So vaccine monitoring is such a big task to be accomplished, but you need to have visualizations to be able to do your operations, forecasting, and programming, right? And we'll go to the higher technology forms, no? So most of these were used in other countries, but let me talk about it as well. So they call it CA, or computer audition. So now they use speech and sound analysis. So again, with the sound of your voice, when you use your computer, they use AI, and they can do some prognostication and even diagnosis. So they can analyze constellations of symptoms based on the voice of people, their frequencies and all. All right, so this is not surprising. Now we are using genomic data. So we used it for surveillance, but now they're taking it a step further. They're now identifying what we call disease signatures in patients with severe COVID. So now we can know better which patients can go into more, severe COVID and be given the, more specific interventions. Machine learning is now being able to help us identify COVID pneumonia. There are many kinds of pneumonia, but we have to distinguish COVID pneumonia from other chest X-ray features. And some countries in Europe are even using this because this is machine learning, to predict mortality in their intensive care units. Again, AI and machine learning powers this. Natural language processing techniques. So this is a branch of computer science. So this is very important for researchers like us. So now when you Google something, research about something, data now are categorized better, no, because of this technology, natural language processing. Again, using the computer now can understand what you are typing and what you are saying, and they are making sense of that to give you data that you need on demand. So isn't that exciting? Just like with Netflix, di ba? You come across the movies that you want. So as a researcher with a specific thing on something, now this is faster because of natural language processing technique. In fact, there was a big study that was done using this, looking into vaccine hesitancy. So they were able to identify that these are the factors that people are concerned with when we talk about why they are vaccine hesitant. No? So some are saying it's about the brand, where the country where it's coming from. So, but that came out just because of natural language processing techniques. So there are many articles about that. So how about when you do your work from home, other countries are doing online working tracking system. And this uses Internet of Things, no? So smartphones and smartwatches. They can also, they don't only monitor your work output, but also your health habits. Again, to the many steps that you take, calories, etc. So this is something. And of course, digital, the future of digital epidemiology to enhance surveillance systems. So in the new normal, as they say, the future of the new normal is digital. So when you do surveillance now, it has to be using digital epidemiology. So the idea is being able to use data from different sources, no? Aggregating them into something that's useful for decision making. So ladies and gentlemen, these are all the innovations in technology that we saw during COVID-19. So some of this, most of this we have also done here in the country. Therefore, we need to sustain them. But for those that started out in other countries, we can look into adopting them. And definitely, we have to entertain the idea that we can innovate better, because we have such a rich pool of talent right here. Do you agree with that? But of course, looking into our own context with the resources that we have. So I think that's the end of the scanning about the trends that happen. So now, let me go to the issues part. So it's hard to imagine living our lives now without the use of this technology, which I presented. But as with anything that's good, there's always some downsides to it. So I think, I believe these are the issues that need to be addressed, barriers to be managed, and opportunities to be seized, no? So for example, the big issue here is really about the digital divide between those who have internet, those without, or those with slow internet, or those with faster internet, those with access to these gadgets, those without. So infrastructure here is a key aspect. And we don't want to go into the privacy issues, no? So there are many privacy issues. So many people are always concerned about privacy, confidentiality issues, even if there's a public health event. So this can be circumvented, no? So even human rights issues. So we have to also safeguard human rights. It's human rights. We have to safeguard that by all means. So some think that this can be a form of an invasion into their, private lives. So cyber libel is, scams and all. So cyber crimes are now a thing right now. So we have to guard against this and put in place mechanisms to prevent all of this. And even technical capacity. Technical capacity of users. If DOH, the health sector, will do this, are people in the know? Do they have the know-how, the knowledge? Are they digitally literate? So that's also an important aspect. And how about responsible use of social media? Are we sure that when people use social media, they become productive? Are we sure of this? Are we sure they're being used productively, creatively, and critically? Of course not, because we've seen many issues of misinformation, because all of us use this very loosely without some forms of restrictions. And of course, trust issues is going to be there. Why will a Filipino put in their data for something created by the government, for example? So that is somehow the reason why the national ID system, although it's a good idea, hasn't really, accelerated, for the longest time, except in the last few years. But now, we still have to fully implement it, right? National ID system. And can we protect people from the negative consequences that they're talking about? So there has to be those things. And how do we sell the technologies to people if even our reputation and image are also in question? So they're not using this because they don't trust us, because there's this issue and that. So it's a whole governance thing. And this is where private sector comes in. So we need to have a lot of voice in pushing these things. And of course, communicating with transparency is very important now. And when we go to the barriers, number one is financing. As in any technology, investment, R&D, where do we get the money for this? Are there priority investments on this? And are there even enough policy frameworks? No? Although the support is here, but we have to make sure there are policies in place. And let's go to infrastructure. Internet and even energy. There are some places that don't have energy. And also, in terms of infrastructure, we talk about the competition that's happening. So now there's lack of competition. So there's restricted investments on telecommunications, and our national ID system is still beginning. And our payments infrastructure is still not foolproof, diba? There are still many cases of phishing, data breach, identity theft. And is the government even open to having an e-government? Are we ready to have a digital government? So this is a big question to the government. So this is something that can be related to mindset, no? So let me go to culture. So in terms of treatment, we know for a fact that most Filipinos, I think there has to be study on this, most Filipinos arguably still prefer to be seen in person by doctors. So face-to-face training in health is very important. But there are just some trainings that is difficult to do. Advanced cardiac life support, virtual. I mean, can you be comfortable with that? So we have to rethink those technologies with that training that we are doing. So, and are we technologically savvy enough? So are we ready for this? So are we willing to change our system just to adapt to this? And of course, socio-political. How much of a priority is this? And is the government open to being a digital government? So we still lack some enabling frameworks or laws. And our policies on telemed, e-health, I think those should be pursued. And does the ordinary Filipino even bother about all of this? So how do we put this also in the priority of people, no? So maybe not, no? So they think this is more of a government thing. So engagement, I think, is an important thing to look into. But opportunities-wise, all of these things is getting a lot of policy attention now. So no less than the President came here to listen to us as we make this kind of a dialogue, right? And collaboration now has been very remarkable. And I think we have to take the opportunity to, to create public demand, no? And we need to maximize and sustain this, no? So who doesn't want faster internet? It was all of us. So there are many creative and innovative strategies to go about all of this. And just to summarize, I believe in order to move forward, it's important that we do the following strategies. First, it is very fundamental that we take stock of good practices. That's why we're here, right now, to use our COVID-19 lessons to inform the roadmap on health innovations and research. I don't even know if this document exists or someone in the audience thought of about this or maybe already working on something like this, a sort of a roadmap on health innovations and research as informed by our COVID-19 experience. So things that are said from this podium, I think should also be published in the form of a manuscript. So we have to publish a lot maybe our good practices. So sayang naman, we need to strategically integrate technology and innovations into our response. So when the next National Action Plan is finalized, we have to see where in that part is health innovation mentioned. In the Universal Healthcare Law, I think this should be something that we should watch out for, to be very strategic about it. And we need to address issues that I said and manage these barriers. But we have to be mindful that it has to be to the direction of what? Accessibility, inclusivity, affordability, and user-friendliness. And ultimately, we have to design, implement, and sustain digitally enabled healthcare delivery platforms. And the DOH cannot do this. The health sector cannot do this alone by working with relevant stakeholders. I think this is very important. And before I wrap up, I just like to say that even before the pandemic, we have already been doing some of these innovations, and in fact, some of these have been with us already, these technologies, right? But during COVID-19, we saw their full potential and promise. So it's been proven that we depend on them for most of what we need as people, patients, and managers of our health system. Therefore, we need to harness their power to improve our health system. It has to improve turnaround time of patients in the hospital, in the clinic. It has to decrease the cost of healthcare. Hindi lang quality service. No? So let's look at the cost as well. Let's look at how we can become more efficient. No? So all of these innovations should come in. And yeah, we have to institutionalize these approaches. So this should not only be a topic of this PNHRS, but it needs to be institutionalized as the government looks into it by tapping relevant stakeholders. And we need to seize the momentum now. And I don't know if you will agree with me, this is not going to be the last pandemic, right? But also, I think that this may be the last opportunity that we have to make some dent in terms of our innovation technology. So if we don't do anything now, in light of our COVID-19 experience, I think we're gonna miss the boat. We're gonna miss the bus. Do you agree? I mean, guys, what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for the next pandemic to be able to do something about this? So that's just my thought. So it's a simple thought, but it should not escape our mind and attention. So I think it's now or never. And if you want to have broader appreciation of all innovations and a deeper knowledge of the technology that's behind, so you can read all these books. So you can directly click it and you'll be led to the article. So you can start with these materials. And yeah, I hope to discuss with you some more and collaborate you further, of course, with the help of other bureaus in the Department of Health on this very important topic. So once again, thank you. Innovation technology in our midst should be pushed to the next level with the help of everyone, with the strong support of the health research community, as vibrant as it is now in the time of COVID, moving forward to the new normal. Again, mabuhay po tayong lahat at maraming salamat po.
Future-proofing the healthcare system typically summarizes what was shared to us by Dr. Lau. Once again, let's give him a big warm round of applause. Moving forward, risk communication for public health emergencies is crucial. It is important to have effective approaches in preventing and mitigating harm, preparing and disseminating timely information to people, especially the disadvantaged. To discuss innovations in demand generation and communication for COVID-19 vaccines, friends, help me in welcoming Dr. Alfonso Miguel Regala.
Okay, magandang hapon po sa lahat. Sige. Una po, I'd like to take this chance to recognize all of our regional vaccine operation centers, no? Our counterparts in the region, our LVOCs, local vaccination operation centers, LGUs, who've made all of these innovations possible. And of course, kayo po na nandito because one way or the other, they must have consulted you, our academic partners, on their plans. So, palakpakan po natin ang ating regions, ang ating LGUs, at kayo pong nandito. So, I'll try to answer po, no, what are effective risk communication interventions and why is it important during the pandemic? Through three things. First, by sharing innovations in the demand generation and communications campaign of the COVID-19 vaccines. Second, highlighting what were the challenges and the gaps. Then lastly, how we can all move forward together because the DOH alone cannot do it. All right. First, we understand that risk communication is important for two things. First, it needs to enable people to know what would keep them healthy. And second, needs to motivate them to act on that knowledge. And for the DemGen and Coms campaign early on in March 2021, we focused on three things, three buckets of messaging. Educational, what was the science behind the vaccines? The safety, efficacy, adverse events following immunization. Second, the operational bucket. How do they get it? Practical issues, no? Am I already eligible? And can I get my second booster? Those things. And the third bucket is motivation. We know that people do not just act on facts, on rational things. No? So we need to understand what are the sensitivities and pain points felt by individuals and communities. All of these together influence motivation to get vaccinated. But we also recognize that RISCOM must be complemented by operational agility to be able to respond to access issues. It's not enough that they are motivated because there can still be barriers for them to act on that motivation. So the practical issues are important. Knowing where vaccines are available, previous experience on vaccine uptake. So these operational issues must go hand in hand with our work in risk communication. This whole thing together describe the behavioral and social barriers, social drivers for vaccination, which was the guiding framework of the very first communication campaign for COVID-19 vaccine. And the main objectives of that initial campaign, which you may be familiar with, yung Res Bakuna, it's just three things. We just wanted to improve vaccine willingness, and then for them to recommend it to other people, to support full vaccine coverage and uptake. And number three, to continue to maintain compliance with the minimum public health standards. What it highlights are that the vaccine is an additional tool to protect us from COVID-19. So the BIDA campaign became the BIDA Solution Plus to add vaccines. No? It was promoted widely alongside the Res Bakuna campaign. So how do we carry out and execute these three main objectives? So we were employing an intervention ladder for COVID-19 vaccination. Two important things to highlight here. It shows different interventions ranging from least restrictive to your left to most restrictive to your right. The idea is we should exhaust the least restrictive interventions first before moving on to the next kind of interventions. The second point here is that no single intervention is the best. The best way to attack vaccine hesitancy is through multiple interventions done together. So in our campaign, we focus on the first three buckets: persuasion, nudges, and incentives. So what do we do for persuasion? Persuasion pertains to changing the attitudes and behavior through rational and structured info interventions. So we had the standardized messaging to target different market segments. The Ingat Angat campaign for the classes A, B, C. Then the Res Bakuna campaign for the DNE. And we also know it's not just the message. The messenger is also important. Local influencers and community-level vaccination champions were necessary or very significant in carrying out the campaign. We had the different webinars and virtual and in-person town halls with our medical experts to ensure that the science is communicated. The regional and local counterparts of medical societies and allied health, allied medical societies became the resource speakers in our LGUs. Very influential also were our faith-based leaders during the first parts of the pandemic in reducing hesitancy. So that's persuasion. Our second set of intervention are our nudges. So aside from what can be seen and heard through the campaigns, which most of you are familiar with, this second part may not be that as easy to recognize. But a lot of the work really is executing these community-level interventions for demand generation. What does it involve? It involves talking to people face-to-face, gathering people in plazas, collecting the issues, specific issues for hesitancy. One interesting fact that was addressed early last year was the demand team shouldn't go separately from the vaccination team. Why? Because if they go separately, there will be a delay between a person who's already motivated to get vaccinated and that person actually getting vaccinated. So they must go together because we want to reduce the delay before they get vaccinated. So if the demand team goes house to house, there would be a counterpart vaccination team together with them. So that once the person agrees to get vaccinated, they can already get vaccinated. They won't have to sign up and wait for their schedule. So reducing the lag time between intent to get vaccinated and actually getting vaccinated was key part of the nudges intervention. This is also when we've seen vaccination sites being set up in areas people usually frequent, in markets, in transport terminals, in malls, pharmacies, churches, and other places of worship. And also, Nudge's interventions were responsible for LGU seeking out vulnerable groups for vaccination. They have different needs, they have different hesitancy issues than the general population. So, next strategy in our intervention ladder focuses on incentives. Here we provide a benefit, no, that the audience may want to take advantage of. And many LGUs and national government agencies, private sector and civil society partners provided both cash and non-cash incentives. No? The thing with this set of interventions is that we need to manage the expectations because it may set the precedent that the practice of the desired behavior should always come with incentives. So that's something that we need to take caution of. No? Okay, so what were the challenges and the gaps of the demand generation and communications campaign? First is that along with the new evidence on COVID vaccines, vaccination positions are dynamic. They change over time. If today I'm willing to get the vaccine, tomorrow something might happen that may cause me to change my position on vaccination. No? Second, there's a need to communicate the changing evidence as well as build our capacities of local vaccination champions to communicate the same. Third is we need to generate the evidence to identify the specific issues driving hesitancy and prototype solutions for them at the local level. We need this to be very granular. No? Sige, on challenge number 1, the vaccination position changes over time. And the research actually shows that it's more difficult to convince a person to come back for vaccination a second time. So if they go there for the first time and the vaccine is not available, it will take double the effort to convince them to come back. So it's important that the demand generation team works side by side with our supply and operations team. No? We must move together in terms of our strategies. Next, Doc Isa mentioned earlier misinformation and disinformation. So we also have an infodemic along with the pandemic. And so we must practice infodemic hygiene practices. So yung letter A po natin sa BIDA Solution, alamin ang tamang impormasyon, is as important as the other steps for minimum public health standards, no? The BIND. So next, evidence is changing and we need to communicate this to our communities. Risk communication and community engagement is a specialized skill. What happened last year was we tried to provide the tools to build capacities, but then by the time we've finished training with the different regions and LGUs, the regions training the LGUs, there were so many new updates. So the virtual capacity building affected the quality of skill transfer. And so we thought of a capacity building innovation through Kira chatbot. No? So the Kira chatbot, Kira stands for Knowledge Informs Responsible Action, or in Filipino, katuwang na impormasyon para sa responsableng aksyon. What does Kira provide? Simply lang po, if somebody asks about COVID, they should get vetted answers real time. They shouldn't have to wait for the training to happen. It's also possible that the case happens. I was already trained, but I've already forgot the specific details. No? So Kira was intended, yes, for the general public, but we were also targeting barangay health workers so that they could have a tool that they could ask if they were being asked by their community members about COVID-19, and COVID vaccines. And right now, monkeypox, Kira is also where we funnel the new information so that they wouldn't have to wait for the training to happen. Third, we need to generate the evidence to clarify what are the specific issues driving hesitancy. And for this, there has to be collection and analysis of the information that we get, because this information must be used in decision making. And these decisions are the recalibration of your local plans and localization of the standard messages. So as earlier mentioned, Kira was initially envisioned to be a tool for users to get real-time answers to their questions. But it can also serve our implementers because they would know what are the most common questions being asked in my region. What are the most common questions being asked in my province or in my municipality? But there's a caveat. The chatbot can only provide as much as the volume of respondents presently. And right now, what we're trying to do is evaluate the user experience of BHWs in using Kira. The intent is to make it easier to use so that more people use it. And when more people use it, we get more data points on the issues of hesitancy. Okay, so most recently, we had our May survey, online survey on vaccine willingness. So this was for adult Filipinos open for 1 week. And we had 2,599 respondents, 96.7 of which have already received their primary dose series, 68.6 one booster shot, and 18% received 2 booster shots. So if we take all of those willing to get their first booster together, that's roughly 90% of the respondents. But note that this is an online survey and was not generalizable to the public. So what did the survey say? So amongst those who have not yet received the booster but are willing to get it, they identified the barriers and enablers. So the barriers are still concerns about side effects, but there are structural and operational issues also. The schedule availability and preferred brand was not available in the LGU. For the same group, willing to get boosted but have not yet received it, the enablers include the assurance of limited side effects, high efficacy of vaccines, and protection even if they have previously gotten infected or have recovered from COVID-19. If we compare it to this other group, those who were not yet boosted and refused to get boosted, the barriers mirror the same. They're still concerned with side effects, an overwhelming majority, 74%. And secondary issues include the lack of support for treatment and that it is not yet a requirement. So vaccine mandates, those were the barriers for them. What would convince them to get vaccinated? They mentioned the assurance of minimal side effects, support for treatment if they occur, And lastly is high efficacy of the vaccine. So these issues could have been monitored, no, on a more granular level. It would help if we could have this at the regional level or provincial level so that we could have context-specific solutions in terms of our communications campaign. So lastly, these are our suggested ways forward. No? So risk communication is important to motivate people to get vaccinated. And our demand and supply and operation strategies must move together to allow people to act on that motivation. So risk communication is effective if it allows these two decisions to be done. Second, multiple interventions from our intervention ladder, if done together, can change individual motivations better than single interventions done alone. So it's not enough that we post in our platforms. It's not enough that we promote our online campaigns. It's equally important to look at what happens at the community level, demand generation interventions on a day-to-day basis. What nudges are made available. And this has been at the heart of the shift of our campaign from Res Bakuna to Pinas Lakas that focuses on specific settings where we bring the vaccines closer to the individuals. No? Lastly, we need to support evidence generation at the local level to identify the specific issues of hesitancy and prototype context-specific solutions. And this evidence generation must be used to recalibrate our local plans and inform decision-making on a day-to-day basis. It should allow us to ask, are our current tools still effective? Have we covered all of our GIDA barangays? Out of all barangays I have engaged, how many am I actually able to convince? So what percent am I able to convince to get vaccinated? So our evidence should allow us to ask that and provide answers for those important questions. And that's my last slide. Magandang hapon po sa lahat.
From Res Bakuna to Pinas Lakas contains strategies in fully vaccinating and revaccinating the Filipino people. We thank Dr. Regala for detailing all of these strategies for all of us this afternoon. At this juncture, I would like to invite back on stage Dr. Ronald P. Lau, who spoke to us about leveraging innovations and technologies in health service delivery during COVID-19 for resilient health systems, and Dr. Alfonso Miguel Regala, who discussed about innovations in demand generation and communication for COVID-19 vaccines. Up on the stage once again as we open this afternoon's open forum. Dr. Lau, Dr. Regala. While we are enjoying our afternoon snacks, the floor is now open to accommodate, let's say, 2 to 4 among the live audience here in this ballroom for questions to be delivered and rendered to our resource speakers that you would want to be enlightened about. All you have to do is stand up, go at the center stage, at the microphone rather, and then state your name, your affiliation, and your question, and please do address this to the person whom you want to answer the question for you. Yes, sir. Please.
Dr. Yu, formerly PCHRD board. To anyone of the speakers, thank you for your great talks. I have an active practice and I've returned to my clinical practice. Most of my patients are elderly, and if I do an informal survey of several dozen of them, many of them have only two vaccinations. A few have first booster, and almost none have two boosters or four vaccines, if you follow that track. And when I ask them why, the general impression is they think that because there are not many people dying and getting hospitalized, they don't need the vaccine. That is the reason why we barely have, I guess, 30% of the first and scratching the surface on the second. And we all know that it looks like the protection is lower, even as short as 4 to 6 months after the last vaccine. So how do we do that? And in this case, in the setting of PNHRS, will the solution be something that is locally based, understanding what you've said, looking at the realities, analyzing where the poorest penetration is, because there's still a lot out there who have not been vaccinated at all. So any one of our speakers, what do you think with a gathering like this from all over the country, what is it that can be done at the top? And what is it that can be done that has to be locally based?
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Who want to go first? I think si Dr. Regala, because he spoke about vaccination programs. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for that question. So actually, it has several components, no? First, we really needed the data. So when we were regrouping for Pinas Lakas, it was clear that we needed to ramp up risk perception because it's low. How do we do that? So first, we tried to get data on a national, or at least NCR, no? We used to have data on hospitals, how many were admitted in the ICU, how many died from COVID, and what's the vaccination status. So the move was to get that, to update that data again, provide it to our regions so that they could have the local version of that data. What is the risk if you are unvaccinated, if you only got your first booster, and if you got 2 boosters? But we also know that that was not enough. It wasn't enough the first time, so it won't be enough the second time. So the second component of what our response on that will be was, what are the pain points for vaccination? It used to be not being able to go to school, still not being able to work. No? For some, restrictions sa malls, sa restaurants, sa travel. The pain points are different. Hats off tayo sa ating mga regions. They were very creative. May iba po, they associate the loss aversion, no, sa incentives. Sabong. Kasi wala naman nagmo-mall sa kanila. Pero ang daming nagsasabong. So if you link the science with number 2, what are felt pain points, that would help, no, drive people to convince them and get motivated to vaccinate. The third part, which is the last part of it, is once they are convinced, kailangan ba effortful pa to go to the vaccination site? What if every day I go to the market, meron doon? Every day na dumadaan ako sa transport terminal, pwede ako magpabakuna doon. Every Sunday, kung magsisimba ako, pwede ako magpabakuna doon. If today I don't get vaccinated, as long as every day I have that chance, I think we've done enough. Parang maiinip na lang yung tao, andyan na, wala nang pila. Sige na nga, pabakuna na ako. So those are the 3 steps that we're taking for this perception.
Actually, our battle cry there is tuloy ang laban. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Helen Madamba from the Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center. I'm the Chief Implementer of the COVID Health Facility. And I have one question each for both of you, if it's okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Dr. Lau, as far as innovations are concerned, is there a move or an existing or ongoing effort to document all of the innovative or innovations of the DOH hospitals during the COVID-19 pandemic, so that if it happens again, all we need to do is look at like a manual or a book or a compendium of all of the innovations that have been done? And Dr. Regala, right now, I think in some areas of the Philippines, there are ongoing surges or increases in the number of cases of COVID-19. And there is a mandate of vaccinating 100% of government employees within the first 100 days. And yet there are still some difficulties in implementing first booster vaccination, even among healthcare workers. Is there like a research that's involving the perception of these healthcare workers as to the reasons why nasa kanila na yung bakuna, it's not difficult for them to get vaccinated, and yet we do not hit 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madamba. Doon muna po tayo sa first question, Dr. Lau.
So yes, there are concrete steps. So distilling good practices is such an important activity because while we're at it, we need to do that. So for one, we've been organizing a lot of even webinars, meetings, just to involving local government units and even our DOH implementers in how they went about the COVID response. So we are doing that, but in terms of putting that in a document, I think, yeah, that is a good idea that must be pushed. So our office will definitely support that. And apart from that, we also need to document this because we are coming out with many guidance materials. So now the DOH is embarking on several projects to develop. For example, for one, I can mention a pandemic resilience playbook. So it's a guide about recovering from pandemic. So that alone will consist of some chapters devoted to the distillation of those good practices. So some of them are being done, at least by our bureau. But I think that must be a whole of health sector initiative. But of course, championed by the Department of Health. But at least in the hospitals, especially the tertiary training hospitals and teachings that we have, so as we speak now, this should form part of our research agenda and should be good, topics or titles to work on. No? So, yeah, so definitely DOH will support that. So I'll make sure that gets heard out by our principals in the Department of Health. Thank you so much, Doctora. So thank you for your efforts in Vicente Soto. So you've done, I think in one webinar that we organized last year, your Cebu LG was able to share their good practices, specifically on how you use your operation center to manage the different aspects of the operation, especially during the time of the surge, Doctora. Thank you so much po. But I also am excited to see that documentation in the form of a book maybe. Yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lau. Dr. Regala?
I think, ma'am, part of the online survey included healthcare workers, but we do not have a more comprehensive tool yet available in-house. No? So I think that's one area where we could do or provide support, how we can have more localized data on specific issues of hesitancy in certain target populations.
Okay, while we are waiting for our colleagues here in this ballroom to raise their question, let's read questions coming from our online participants. The first question is addressed to Dr. Lau. How did the Department of Health address issues of fake vaccination cards and proxy vaccination in the Muslim Mindanao areas that I think we can amplify as a reality elsewhere, not only in the Muslim Mindanao areas. Dr. Lau?
Yeah, so in the age of digitization, there can be some fraudulent acts. Some people who are enterprising enough can really think of that. So we have made significant headway, at least in coordinating those things, at least in our experience with COVID operations with our police security agency. So those things, when they happen now, must be looked into. And we refer them to our law enforcement partners. But we agree that that should form part of our system in, putting all the mechanisms, to guard against those practices, which can compromise health and even other aspects of and it can be dangerous. So we should not tolerate that in principle as government, and we also need to educate people that such acts are detrimental to our interests, our collective interests in terms of public health. So I don't know if, maybe Dr. Regala will agree with me, but a lot of education also can go a long way, But we'll be interested to probe that incident, If you can give us additional information, we'll make sure we refer it to the proper authorities. So another case in point, if I may use that as an example, remember about Poblacion Girl. So those kinds of acts are in fact criminal offense punishable by law. So we can also invoke our Republic Act 1132, the one on surveillance. So there are specific provisions as well that should deter people from doing that. So that can be a ground for prosecution. So we have to guard against that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any thoughts, Dr. Regala?
None po, none.
Okay, thank you. Do I see other hands raised? Sir, please.
Good afternoon po. I am Ed Fugoso of DOST. I'm representing Yusek Sancho Maborang of the Regional Operations. Thank you for this opportunity to ask questions, which I missed this morning because I remember two things on what had been presented by Dr. Marisa Alejandria and Dr. Lau, although I was listening to Dr. Regala as well on vaccination. I remember the comment of Dr. Marisa regarding the power of numbers, and with Dr. Lau or Dr. Law on what he mentioned on his slides regarding the first responders, their crucial role. So unfortunately, we don't have the power in numbers because unfortunately we have many of our doctors and nurses who have migrated to other countries for greener pasture. So it has weakened our ability to address the health issues or problems that we have in the country. And I see the importance of the first responders, especially in the GIDAS. And so my question is, what is the Department of Health's program in order for capacity building strategies for the first responders? Because, we are making little doctors, little nurses, little midwives out of them in regard the budget, in regard training modules, without compromising our medical practice standards. Thank you.
Dr. Lau.
Yeah, for that question, that is in fact a very complex problem that we have, that we faced during the pandemic. And it has been there even before the pandemic. Our, shall we call it, quote-unquote, shortage of health professionals, which we know is a distribution issue and also about, better opportunities elsewhere. But in terms of the need for actual emergencies and disasters, if you may have listened to the SONA, there was a mention there of establishing a medical reserve corps. So the Department of Health is being, that big task is being expected of the Department of Health to to be able to recruit, train, force multipliers, just to augment our shortage in case there are public emergencies. So that is a big legislative agenda, part of the legislative agenda now. So our bureau, in fact, is going to be in charge of that when that becomes a law. So the idea is that we will have to manage a system of tapping volunteers who are in the medical field. They will be provided hazard pays, incentives, and all, and they can be called upon if there's a need for that, and that can also be supported by the AFP personnel who are in fact reservists. So we have to come up with a system in accrediting them, training them, and being able to mobilize them if need be. But on top of that, also we have the DOH also doing long-term, maraming reforms din po around human resources, no? So on the supply side, that also should be managed, but I'm not in a good position to share about those. But the idea of cadre of responders, so that is, what I put forward in my presentation this morning. So it will be by way of the Medical Reserve Corps when that becomes a law. So we are in talks now with different societies, and many senators are in fact pushing for that. So apart from the CDC, the creation of the Virology Institute, so that MRC law is also a top priority of this particular administration, sir. So it's important that we hit the soft spot also of our health human resources. Incentives, the way we take care of them, we have to look after them. No? So the pandemic just magnified that, but those have been already existing. So the DOH now is making sure all of those, and that is a soft spot in the heart of our president. So many forward actions are being done in support of that, and we hope to be in dialogue with concerned health worker groups to make sure that gets addressed. That complex problem is addressed. Thank you so much, sir, for that question.
Okay, we can entertain one last from the members of the ballroom. Go ahead, sir. Let's start on.
I came from abroad, actually got COVID from abroad. But there's so many certificates being asked for you to be returning here. And if you're a tourist, there's a One Health Pass. The VaxCert, I heard, has been accredited by the EU, but in the last version of the VaxCert, the booster are not in the list, but maybe that's been updated. In some of the horror stories from our colleagues, you pass 3 times the same card from the exit of the plane to 2 more sites up to the site of the customs, etc., until you go out. And from the entry, from the country you're coming from, the airlines check, sometimes double check using your card, sometimes just use the One Health Pass. So since both of you are in the DOH, if we're going to increase our number of tourists, it is increasingly difficult even for returning residents to actually fulfill all the online as well as actual. So I think it is something that needs to be harmonized with the other departments. If we want to increase the tourism industry, which is employer of many places in the country, it has to start with us harmonizing our own rules. So it's really not a question, but a comment of the big problems that we're encountering as we go to the new normal.
Thank you, Doctor. Your thoughts, Dr. Lau?
So harmonization is such a big word. We have to really work on it. So I myself, I was able to travel to Europe just by being able to present one document, which is the yellow card issued by the Bureau of Quarantine. I had a problem with my vaccine certificate. Although I also have it, I also have my vaccine cards, laminated, hard copy, digital, everything, just to make sure. But there was one time that, even my VaxCert was not read. So the QR code wasn't containing something. So, but the default really is the yellow one. So if you want practical advice, so That's it. And if you have the two vaccines, you should be good. So the model right now across the world is the one they use in Europe, no? So if you're an EU, so you just present it, no? Like a QR code, and you gain access to everything. So there's a lot of effort, even at the ASEAN level, there's an effort to also harmonize those kinds of things. And I also have experiences, patients, relatives inbound are having a hard time filling up the requirements of the One Health Pass. So the lesson here is that only coming up with the technology, but making sure that technology is easy for people to use. That's basic. So you have to guide even our senior citizens just to fill those up. And most are still not technologically savvy. So yeah, so I think it's not only about technology, it's not the be-all and all. So it should also be complemented by other practical strategies, educating people and making sure it is easy. Yeah, so, and I also am biased towards harmonization of the travel passes, from one to another. And of course, don't get me started about the contact tracing applications. So how come the contact tracing up here is like this and like that? So I think it's worth pursuing still, no, the idea of a national, hopefully harmonized contact tracing app, no, which, by the way, was the plan for our Stay Safe. However, there were some issues with that, no, including citizen use. So that technology, in fact, is very dependent on the number of people subscribing to it. So many people were concerned about privacy, no? So, but if only that was addressed, so we could have seen that many people subscribe to it, we could have put better use of it, decreasing the chance for other LGUs to think of something.
Correct.
Again, necessity is the mother of invention. So if you cannot use something, you devise something else for yourself, whatever works for you. So initially, that's good. But at the end of the day, in an interconnected digital world, mas maganda nga yung idea of harmonization. But that doesn't go so easily. There are many technical issues to be settled, no? Interoperability and all with all this integration. So I think that must be part of our roadmap. And other experts from other sectors should tell us what needs to be done, no? And we have to accept that as experts, di natin alam yung mga ganon. So we have to work with them. They're just there. And in this research community, that should be, I think, front and center. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Being faithful with our promise, we're going to have another question from our online participants. This time, it's addressed to Dr. Regala. Can we possibly just vaccinate those who are willing to fast-track the immunization coverage of the Filipinos, at least up to the second booster?
Okay, so the eligibilities do come from who we need to protect the most, no? Who is most at risk.
Correct.
So we follow those evaluations by our experts. So it's not just a snap decision that let's just go vaccinate everyone who's willing, because we need to protect those at highest risk. So that is still the primary principle of our vaccination, even now that the supplies, no, are available. The process of evaluation determines what are the benefits, what are the risks, and if the benefits outweigh those risks, then we proceed as recommended by our different experts.
Thank you. And that wraps up this open forum. Once again, we would like to express our thanks to Dr. Lau and Dr. Regala for being so open and accommodating all of the questions coming from our face-to-face members of the audience and those who are situated elsewhere in the online platform. To formally award and express our gratitude to Dr. Lau and Dr. Regala, I would like to invite on stage Wilfredo F. Sibal, Consortium Director, CLHRDC, and Dr. Eva Maria Cotionco de la Paz, Executive Director, National Institute of Health, University of the Philippines, Manila, to award our guest speakers their respective certificates of citation. And the citation reads, in grateful recognition of our speaker's contribution in today's occasion, the Philippine National Health Research System and Central Luzon Health Research and Development Consortium present this certificate of appreciation to Doctors Ronald P. Lau and Alfonso Miguel Regala for their notable participation as resource speakers during the 15th PNHRS Week celebration with the theme Health Research Responding to Challenges Towards National Recovery and Resilience, held on August 11 and 12, 2022 at Clark Marriott Hotel, Clark Freeport Zone, Pampanga. Given this 11th day of August in Clark Freeport Zone, Pampanga. Signed, Dr. Jaime C. Montoya, Lead Coordinator, PNHRS, and Executive Director, PCHRD, and Dr. Julius Cesar V. Sicat, Chair, CLHR-DC, and Regional Director, DOST Region 3. Once again, a big warm round of applause to Doctors Lau and Regala.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Before we officially end the program this afternoon, may we request everyone to please answer our evaluation form by clicking the link in the chat box or by going to the URL or scanning the QR code flashed on your screens, and to those attending face-to-face, the QR codes that are on your tables as of this afternoon. Only participants who have successfully submitted their accomplished evaluation forms will be given an electronic copy of their certificate of participation. Just a reminder, please make sure to input your name and email address correctly. The e-certificates will be sent to your emails within 10 working days after the program. If you did not receive your e-certificate after 10 working days, please email your complete name together with a proof of successful submission of the accomplished evaluation form to dost3rdsmeeting@gmail.com. Also, please be informed that we will only accept evaluation until 5 p.m. this afternoon. And at 5 p.m., another reminder, our votation for the visual posters is still ongoing. So please do cast your vote before 5 p.m. And that officially ends our session this afternoon. We hope that from our experiences with the pandemic and natural disasters, the direction of national recovery will shift to a more resilient Philippines. Again, this has been Elmer, and it's been a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Thank you very much, and see you later at our fellowship night. And I think we will start the assemblage at 5 in the afternoon. Thank you very much, and see you later, guys.